वर्ल्ड स्पीच डे
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk Anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
世界をより良い場所にする。
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結唯一。
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Maruhaเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk Anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
世界をより良い場所にする
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結唯一。
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
a day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk Anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
世界をより良い場所にする
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結唯一。
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
a day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us. Join us on 15 March
2021.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk Anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
世界をより良い場所にする
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結唯一。
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
a day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk Anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
世界をより良い場所にする
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結為一。
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
a day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us. Join us on 15 March
2021.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk Anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
世界をより良い場所にする
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結唯一。
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
a day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk Anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
世界をより良い場所にする
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結唯一。
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
a day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk Anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
世界をより良い場所にする
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結唯一。
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
a day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk Anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
世界をより良い場所にする
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結唯一。
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Peter from Singapore, and I'm very happy and very honored to be hosting this segment and to announce to you this marks the beginning of World Speech Day, because in a minute, in fact, in less than a minute, you're going to see the fireworks firing off, because New Zealand or Auckland hour has just gone into from 14th of March to 15th of March, marking the start of World Speech Day. Shall we have the fireworks, please? All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the firework that's happening in Auckland from our little virtual screen here, and that marks the start of World Speech Day from Auckland. And since it's a wee early morning hours in New Zealand, so most of the Kiwis, I believe, they are still asleep. So our speaking segment shall start off closer to home here from Australia and from Singapore and the rest of Southeast Asia, where folks are still wide awake. And in the meantime, I'm just going to share with you a little bit about the history of World Speech Day and how the World Speech Day Live comes about. So World Speech Day started off some 5 years ago in 2016 on the 15th of March. It started off with one man's idea to celebrate speeches, right? To find a day to celebrate speeches around the world. And that gentleman is Mr. Simon Gibson. So why don't we play a video of Simon's pre-recorded speech for World Speech Day 2021, and all of you can listen to him on his New Year message.
Japan, in Morocco, Ghana, in Nigeria, Mexico, Italy, France, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, India, Pakistan, China, Russia, the USA, Malaysia, Mongolia. I could go on, of course. And please forgive me if I have not mentioned your nation, because some 100 countries will be celebrating World Speech Day 2021, sometimes at live events, often by Zoom. But whatever the mechanism, the goal is always the same, to share ideas. But I think that the spread of World Speech Day also reminds us of the wider role and value of public speaking, above and beyond sharing ideas. Public speaking can be a driving force in bringing society together. Public speaking indeed brings people together. It is an act of understanding. As such, it is a precious contribution to communities in every culture. The theme for this year's World Speech Day is Humanity at a Crossroads. At a crossroads, one is faced with choices. At this point, we face the choice of what response to make to the pandemic, how we shape our future. For example, we could become more isolated and protectionist. We could become more or we can become more global in outlook. That is a choice. At a crossroads, one is forced to look both ways to determine what is valuable and worth protecting, and what can be changed. As a result, perhaps we see more clearly what really matters. At first glance, it may seem that public speaking is not what should concern us right now. It's something that, frankly, we can survive without. But in fact, when we stop and look those both ways, we realize that speeches and culture and music and the arts and our social lives matter to us. Indeed, we must protect what seems insignificant. That is a lesson for me from the pandemic. That is a lesson at this crossroads to humanity. There is a famous poem by Robert Frost, The Road Not Taken. In it, he uses the image of a crossroads, or at least two roads diverging. And he says, I took the one less travelled by, and that has made all the difference. My point is that we should not be afraid to take the road less travelled, to protect and stand up for those parts of our lives which may seem inconsequential or simply nice to haves, but in which, in fact, are fundamental to us. They are a relief of the heart, or perhaps the heart in relief. I sometimes remark that whenever something important happens in the world, someone makes a speech. But equally, when someone makes a speech, something important happens. A kind of magic is released. Because in the act of speaking, we can become another. We step outside ourselves and become our public person. I think this may explain why so many of us are afraid of public speaking, because we are being asked to connect with a part of ourselves that we're not sure of. But this may also explain why public speaking can become so transformative, because it lets us live in a public space. It lets us live in the space of shared ideas. It sets us momentarily free through sharing. Above all, it connects us, speaker and audience, because it is an act of understanding. And ultimately, that is what we celebrate on World Speech Day. Thank you very much for being part of it.
Thank you, Simon. And Simon is the founder of World Speech Day, delivering the message of hope for you on why he wanted to found out a day that celebrates speeches. Now, the segment of speakers will not be coming on so soon. They will be coming up in about the next hour or so. So in the meantime, I'm going to invite all of you who are watching live to see some of this highlight of speakers who will be speaking in the next segment for the next hour approximately. Back to the video.
World Speech Day is right around the corner, and this year's theme is Humanity at a Crossroads. This will be an incredibly thought-provoking and stimulating event.
From more than 100 different countries who are collaborating to make the event amazing, extraordinary, and unforgettable.
We will finally have the chance to speak about what we believe in.
In a world full of change, the importance of stories remains a constant. Stories have the ability to connect people, uplift, empower, and effect change.
And I'm here to tell you how excited I am to be participating in this year's World Speech Day right here online.
I'm really excited and I can't wait to present my speech. Please join us on March 15th.
It would be wonderful to have you join us.
I'm looking forward to seeing you guys at World Speech Day.
Join us.
Join the International School of Foreign.
I'm a student at International School of News.
And I hope to see you there too.
I hope to see you on the 15th of March.
I hope to see you there.
Humanity at a Crossroads. We hope to see you on March 15th.
Make sure to be there on March 15th.
I will see you at the event.
It's a day that has been put together so that different people with different backgrounds, different origins can come together and just enlighten and empower you.
You could give the world your ideas or solutions that can help humanity.
Loss of family members, loss of jobs, loss of livelihood.
The cries that erupted from our nation for a final end to the gender-based violence pandemic.
Why do people hurt the environment to live on?
Pause, reflect, renew, revive.
Rethink about what I should do in life.
All about connecting and slowing down, taking time for ourselves and our families.
See how your creativity and connectivity can help bring back society or redefine society.
We need to take better care of ourselves in terms of self-care mentally.
And when you start there, you start to feel love for yourself, love for others.
Is there someone you know who needs magic hand?
What kind of messages we want to pass on to the next generation?
We took this call to action to the youth of South Africa.
I can contribute to some things on how to help people with chronic illnesses or hidden disability.
But through conversation and speeches, we can instill hope and confidence in people's lives.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
A speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए.
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
世界をより良い場所にする。
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結唯一。
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
a day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk Anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
世界をより良い場所にする
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結唯一。
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
a day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021 World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk Anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
世界をより良い場所にする
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結唯一。
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
a day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us. Join us on 15 March
2021.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk Anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
世界をより良い場所にする
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結唯一。
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
a day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk Anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
世界をより良い場所にする
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結唯一。
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk Anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
世界をより良い場所にする
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結唯一。
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
a day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us. Join us on 15 March
2021.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk Anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
世界をより良い場所にする
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結為一。
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
Inside coach and on a mission to support people to become the creators of their life by shifting paradigms that are outdated and no longer serving them. When we change on the inside things, naturally it changes the outside of life for a greater good and creating incredible ripple effect in the world. And bringing us her speech, Conscious Parenting, the Pathway to a Better World, let us welcome Nina Cruz.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Peter. Thank you for having me here. I'm so excited to be here. I'm talking today about conscious parenting and the pathway to a better world. Now, I became a mother 10 years ago, and it literally changed my life overnight, forever. I remember feeling this intense feeling of love and joy and bliss on one side, but then feeling this great sense of fear and responsibility and anxiety and this pressure that I had to get it all right and I had to do it all right, and I could not mess it up. Our children don't come with a manual. We enter this parenting journey with great intentions to do it all differently, maybe from how our parents parented us. Yet down the road, we may discover that we have actually started parenting or been parenting the same way as generations gone by. As I look back on my parenting journey, I realized I'd been trying to follow a prescribed path and a journey, trying to get everything right and do it all right, yet I was so fearful I was doing it all wrong. I was doing what I was told I should do and what was best for my child, yet I felt at times that maybe it wasn't best for me or my child. And I was trying to fix and improve things and control everything on the outside because I felt a great sense of being out of control on the inside. And I was trying to control everything, and that included my child. So I could feel some kind of sense of control on the inside and feel some kind of relief. Yet I felt more and more disconnected from myself and my truth and my child. And the more I tried to fix and control things outside of me to make me feel better inside, the more I felt out of control. And, this confirmed the paradigm that I was running, it's the mental program, this paradigm running in my mind, that I wasn't a good enough parent. So when my son was about 5 years old and my daughter about 3, I stumbled upon conscious parenting, and I'm so, so grateful I did, because when I heard my teacher speak, Dr. Shafali, everything completely made sense. The message just spoke to me, and it spoke to me really deeply. And this conscious parenting took me on a deep dive into myself. And I started to question absolutely everything. I remember like my mantra became, who says that? Why? What is that about me? What does that say about me? And I would ask questions like, could it really be me? Was I the reason that I was struggling as a parent? Could it actually be me and not my child? And it was in this moment of questioning and understanding that my whole parenting life shifted, and my whole life, in fact. And I couldn't turn back from here, from this point. I couldn't unlearn what I had learnt. And I couldn't blame my child any longer, nor could I blame anybody else. And realizing that it was all me, and it was me that needed to look in the mirror and look at what I was creating and co-creating in my life. And, looking in the mirror is scary, and ignorance is bliss. We can't go back and change the past, but we can create a new pathway right now and into our future. So now is the time to get really honest with you, to start looking within and to see what's being reflected to you from the outside world, because our outside world is mirroring our inner world, and vice versa. To ask yourself some big questions like, what is this moment saying about me? And where do I need to grow? What do I need to let go of? And where do I need to see beyond my child's behavior to see the need that they're trying to meet? Conscious parenting turns the mainstream model of parenting upside down. We are not greater than our children. We are seen as equals. We're not seeing ourselves as greater and our children as lesser than. It exposes us to see how we've been looking at the parenting journey through the lens of our own childhood patterns and paradigms. And it shows us how we've been parenting from these wounded parts inside of ourselves. And it can be quite confronting. And that we need to start to put the spotlight on ourselves instead of spotlight on our children. And we need to start to take a look in the mirror and uncover what's going on beneath the surface for us, so that we can see our child's truth and we can see their true essence, because the truth is they are pure perfection, just like us, but we have forgotten. So let's not let our children forget this truth of who they really are. We need to dig deep. We need to dig below the surface and look at our beliefs, our expectations, our judgments, and our lack and fear-based thinking. We need to stop projecting our unmet needs and our fears onto our child and let them be who they're meant to be. I know it's so hard to do sometimes because we grew up on a diet of scarcity and fear, and it's so easy to go down that path, that prescribed path. So I want you to imagine for a moment a world where a child's intelligence is not defined by the grades that they get, that a child can speak their mind and speak up and be heard and not be punished for it. And even if they're speaking against you, imagine a world where a child is not punished for their behavior or making a mistake, but supported to learn and grow through this experience. So it becomes a learning experience, not an experience full of shame and guilt and remorse. Imagine a world where parents no longer control or dictate what their child should or shouldn't be doing, or try and correct them all the time. And instead, we tune in and we trust, and we attune to the child before us, and we trust that they have their own truth, they have their own throbbing essence and their own guidance system, and we allow them to follow their truth and follow those feelings and be in that true space and trust it, because we trust that they know what's best for them. So now is the time to step up, to hear the calling, to take responsibility for you. I challenge you to look in the mirror and do an inventory of where you're at. To ask yourself, what is my child trying to teach me? What are they saying to me? What is it reflecting back to me? To stop the blame and the shame, and to stop projecting our own burdens and our own fear onto our child. And to hold and not allow them to hold what is not theirs to hold, our stuff, our baggage. To realize that this parenting journey is all about you, not the child, which is revolutionary. And that your child is actually guiding you, like the guidepost, guiding you home to your truth, to show you the lessons that you need to learn. And growing you up, growing that little child within you, inside of you, growing that child up. And to think that we are deluded, to think that we are growing our child up. We are the guides and the ushers for our children, for the next generation. And we have work to do. We have work to do every day to release these old archaic paradigms, these parental paradigms, and set our children free so that they can be who they're truly meant to be. And we can lead with love, not fear, and allow the caterpillar to become and morph into the beautiful butterfly that they are and that they're destined to be. And this is the pathway, the road humanity needs to cross to create a better world, by healing the parent, one parent at a time, and setting our children free. Thank you for the time today. Thank you for listening. And thank you, Peter and Suzanne, for an incredible event, for allowing me to speak my truth and speak up about what's really passionate to me, and for everybody else to have a voice and share. Thank you.
Thank you, Lena. Thank you very much for that conscious parenting speech. I'm not very sure whether am I a very conscious parent. I'll just share a little bit about how I interact with my son.
Yes.
Because of the fact that my mother have never made decision for us, is always giving us a choice in life to make the decision that we want. And that is how I believe I have brought my son up to give the option and decision in. And he's like a direct reflection of me. And in fact, I'm thinking I'm actually learning a lot from this relationship that I have with my son, as he go about his life, making choices that are a lot more sound than the choices that I've made along the way when I was at his age.
Wow. Does that surprise you?
Well, I couldn't say it surprised me, because we gave him the choice,
Yeah.
Where there's a lack of choice in the past when I was growing up, he has all the choices that he can choose, and by sharing that, it feels like a reflection of me going through life, but he makes better choices.
Wow. And you look what you've created.
Thank you. So does that fall into a
That's incredible, because a lot of children struggle to make decisions. And like, if you think about how many decisions we make in our life, every moment there's a constant decision-making process. And when the parents decide for the child all the time, then they're more likely to ask the opinion of someone else and ask, well, what do you think? And the reality is, when we ask someone else for their opinion, we're getting an opinion based on their paradigm, based on their upbringing, not necessarily the best decision for us. So allowing your son to make the decisions because that's what feels right for him is the best gift you can give him.
Yeah. So
yeah,
he chose his own choice. He chose his he chose where he wants to even work as a holiday job.
Yeah. And if he stumbles and falls and makes a choice that doesn't work out, he's totally responsible. You can't say, sorry, Dad, how could you chose that? He can't blame you.
Well, that's exactly what happened. Even when he was playing volleyball and got a dislocated shoulder, as a parent, I turned up in the hospital. I said, right, do you want to do laughing gas or do you want to do injection for anesthesia? It's his choice.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible.
Thank you. Anyway, thank you, Nina. Nina representing Australia has been for the last 1 hour.
I feel like I should have the flag, but I don't have anything.
Well, we'll find the flag later and go. In any case, Australia will only cross over to 15th of March in approximately 40 minutes.
I'm early. See, I was a premature baby. I'm early. Going off early.
Okay, once again, thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And a round of applause for you again.
Hi, Val.
And next, before I bring in Val, let me just bring in Val. All right. Val's here. I'm just going to add spotlight on Val. Hi, Val. How are you?
I am so excited to be here with all of you. Thank you for allowing me to serve and speak our hearts away to lift humanity through this beautiful project that you and Suzanne and so many people behind the scenes have put together. I'm just in awe of waking up next to all of you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Val, you always have the most beautiful remark to give, and we totally appreciate that. Now, Val, you may have sent your speech title and your introduction. However, because I'm already in the room, so I'm just going to ask you then, what speech are you bringing us this evening, right? And anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Val has spoken in the International Women's Day together with all the World Speech Day Live women speakers. And Val, incidentally, will also be co-hosting the last segment of World Speech Day Live, which is happening on the 16th of March between 9 a.m. and 12 p.m. or 12 noon Singapore time. So yes, Val is both a speaker, a host, and a wonderful coach, and always shining her light on everyone. So the only thing I didn't get was your speech title.
Thank you for that introduction, Peter. You said it all perfect. No expectations of anything. Titles are titled because when we give this work from the heart, you might have a title, but we don't need to have an attachment to a title. But for the purpose of your answer, your question, the answer is you are a being of light. And this is what it's all about. So I'm Valalino as a conscious parenting coach, life coach, spiritual coach, and a speaker that is privileged and grateful to speak around the world about opening people's heart and allowing people to tap into your heart. I am here to remind you that you are watching at this particular moment or perhaps later. It does not matter. You are here for some reason to join us in this incredible event, World Speech Day Live. Imagine one dream, one person 5 years ago brought us to today, 103 countries, with people as incredible as Peter and Suzanne, Adobe, who allowed me to be here, all the speakers here that have lifted up my heart and continue to do so. This reminds me that we are beings of light, that there are resources, opportunities near and far, that you can tap into your heart to revive, give CPR to your heart, This light that you have within, no one can take it away. Yes, it's times of uncertainty. You can't see clearly. You can't feel clearly. You might forgotten who you really are. But I am here on this day to remind you that you are an infinite being of love. And should you have those up days, down days, happy days, sad days, honor them. Because thanks to those moments, you are that being today. These 3 seconds, because I want you to know that in the next 3 seconds, you are someone else. And you are who you need to be, who you are meant to be, not who you are told to be. And sometimes we miss that strength of reminding ourselves and tapping into who we were meant to be. And all you have to do is close your eyes. I want you to close your eyes and just imagine the kind of power that your heart has, that is willing to operate day and night. If you're up or sleeping, if you're happy or sad, if you have a problem, if you are thriving, this is yours. It's yours to keep until the end of time. So should you lose your power, your light, your vision, all you need to do is look up, let go, let God, and have some time for you to reconnect with nature, to reconnect with children. Children are the reason why I am here. As a conscious parenting that I am, a conscious parent, a conscious coach, I have devoted my life to find all the answers that I need in children, in nature, and in people's eyes. If you do not remember at this time, what is that one thing, that one aspect that allows you to connect and give that CPR to your heart, I want you to take some time today and have a space of gratitude for the simple fact that you are alive. You are here for a reason. You have a mission. You might not see it clearly right now, but I urge you to know and believe that everything you need is already inside of you. Spread those wings. Yes, we lose some feathers, we get wounded. Sometimes we just have one wing and it's hard to keep on going, and it is all okay. As the slogan of my company says, trust your journey. We must trust that every single thing that has happened to us is in divine alignment with heaven. And now that you are here, I know that not just my speech, but the speech of all these people from 103 countries will touch your heart in one particular way. What are you willing to do differently today? What are you waiting for to live your truth and spread your wings and share your truth and light somebody else's heart? I'm Valalino with the most open heart, grateful heart to say thank you. Thank you for allowing me to be here, to serve you, because this is what we are here for, to spread the love and light in humanity. Thank you so much for allowing me this space. I bless you, I love you, and I send you my most uplifting heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Val. You know, every time I hear you speak, I'm just so touched and so moved by whatever message that you share. And I believe that he or she who's with a message that will move the world will get the world moving, you know, with them. And that is who you are, the light for the people around you. You just brighten up the room right now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming on. And I believe I shall see you in approximately, let me say, we are 2 hours away. So that's another 36 hours, possibly. Yeah.
I'm so excited for this opportunity. I am so excited. Thank you, Peter, for allowing me to serve in a better way and connect all the speakers and give that closing. I'm very excited. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Val. And that was Val Alino. She is Mexican and she is living in Colombia. Well, before I move on to the next speaker, I have this gentleman who has already been with us since, an hour ago, and I'm going to bring him on and have a little talk show segment with him. And this gentleman, he is our dear John Patrick Wolf. I'm just going to add you on the spotlight. Hello, John. Now, John, I'm just going to give him a little introduction. According to John, he was born in Borneo and used to live among the tribes in the rainforest. And through many friends called him the Borneo Irish headhunter. And he is also a student of classical guitar, exercising his left and right brain to relax. Wow. And he believed in paying it forward to help and coach others that are willing to help themselves. And with all the experience I have gained from the oil and gas industry, commercial diving, and John, over to you. John, you got to unmute. John Patrick Wolf, you got to unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
A wonderful evening from the island of Borneo, even though right now I'm just across the border of Singapore. But as I mentioned before, I always test friends of mine. I'm born in the third largest island in the world. Can anyone guess? Some of you will look up at Google, hold your horses, and let me help you out. Borneo is like a shape of a dog. One of the countries other than New Zealand, Japan, and Borneo. It has a dog, head of a dog. But do you know it's the third largest island in the world? And yet it's 3 times the size of the UK. It is a lovely, sunny, and it can be a monsoon, cloudy, rainy. Unfortunately, now we have, other than the pandemic, we even have rainforests. Yes, we are facing the deforestation of the commercialization, corruption offices around the world, just like what Amazon is facing. But nevertheless, we strive to make our island the oldest rainforest island in the world. Can anyone guess how old is that island? It is 130 million years old. Yet, we do have modernization, internet in the city, but not as big city as like Singapore. It's smaller than that. But like I said, it's an island that is 3 times the size of UK. It even has the largest flower in the world. Can anyone guess? Some of you have seen it on a poster. In a picture, it sounds like a name of a famous hotel in Singapore. I'm not talking about Raffles Hotel, but I'm talking about Rafflesia. There's an old saying, it's even till today, it smells like a dead corpse. Yes, like a dead animal. But it is huge and great. And not to forget, it has nice, beautiful beaches, and it has the tallest, highest mountain, one of the highest mountains in Southeast Asia, and that's Mount Kinabalu. Borneo consists of not 1, not 2, but 3 different countries. The smallest country in that island of Borneo is Brunei. It is a small oil country, yet it's future-rich. You do have direct flight from Borneo to UK, to Adelaide or Darwin, on Royal Brunei to Singapore. Yes, Borneo, the first place you land is a town that's translated from Malay. It's called Kuching. In English, it's called meow, fish. Not fish, cat, excuse me. And it will take you 1.5 hours to get just to the bottom part of Borneo. But if you had to go further up, it would take at least almost 4 hours. It's 4 hours flight from Singapore. So it's an island that is between Philippines, Singapore, Indonesia. And it's hard to miss because it is a lovely rainforest, the largest rainforest in Southeast Asia. And it has the largest cave in the world. You could put 40, that's 40747 in a cave called Mount Mulu, or the local call it Gunung Mulu. You can travel there and you can see the longhouses, the tribes. The tribes are uniquely different. But before I get to the tribes, guess how many languages are spoken in Borneo? That's around 107, close to 170 languages. We are not talking about the sub-dialect. And the orangutan, or the monkeys, are found in Borneo as well. One of the biggest places where they're not kept in cages. They go around freely, swing left tree to the right tree. It's called orangutan. And it's up in Sabah. Like I say, the countries are divided into three. Brunei, East Malaysia, that consists of two different states, Sabah and Sarawak. In case you, let me rephrase that one more time. Sarawak and Sabah. Sabah is where the land below the wind, because it has a mountain just surrounding it at 4,101 meters high, while Sarawak is what they call the land of the hornbills. And it is the largest rainforest in Southeast Asia. I remember when I brought my wife to Borneo the first time, she dressed up like she's going to South Africa. She put on long clothes, mosquito repellent, sunblock, and so on. And I told her, what are you doing? She said, we are going to the rainforest. I said, hang on, don't look Borneo. Yes, we are 130 million years, but we do have JW Marriott's, we do have Holiday Inn, we do have cars, we do have four-wheel drive. So keep it where it's supposed to be. Because in the forest, the rainforest, the tribes do not use patch on, not to stop smoking, but patch on to stop mosquito. There are different ways. You can do camouflage, wipe yourself around the mud, and the mosquito will stay away from you. So it's much more eco-friendly. So back to Borneo again. Remember the first place where the plane land is called Kuching. And in the translation is called meow, cat. And it takes you 19 hours, if there's no interruption due to weather, to travel from Kuching, Sarawak, pass by Brunei, and to Sabah, Kota Kinabalu. That's 19 hours without stopping. So you can see how big it is. But let's take a step back. There's this unique, beautiful island of Brunei. Who says you can't shake hands with the prince and the princess? Oh, sorry, guys, you don't get a chance to shake hands with the princess. It's a Muslim country. But if you go in with your open mind, open heart, and open eyes, you can shake hands. The man will shake hands with the prince and all the prince of the palace. The woman, the ladies will shake hands with all the princess. Now put it down into your Google Calendar. It's the time when they celebrate Ramadan. That's right, the Muslims celebrate that. But remember, Borneo consists of Brunei, and yet it's multiracial, multi-religion, and multicultural. We may be apart from each other, but we have different culture, but yet we are one big family. Example, the native will say, how are you? One of the native in Sarawak is called the Iban. It says, Nama Brita. But I do have Malays who would say, hang on, Wolf, you spoke wrongly. Nama Brita is name news. It makes no sense. I say, yes, go with open mind. Let your mind absorb like sponge. Because Nama Brita in the tribal language, one of the tribes in Iban is called, how are you? And if you go to the land below the wind, if you remember what I told you, that's in Sabah. It's called the Kadazan. They are one of the tribes. And when they say, how are you? They will say, Onu Abanu. That means, how are you? It's not your name. It's how are you? And when you're in Kalimantan, when they say, how are you? It's different from the Malay in Sarawak. It's different from the Malay in West Malaysia. It's different from the Malay in the mainland of Indonesia, but it has the same tone. It's called apa kabar. It sounds like a melody. It sounds like Irish, but it's not Irish. It's Indonesian because it sounds like a melody. It's like someone is singing when they speak. But nevertheless, to move along, there's so many things to explore when you're in Malaysia. Remember, Mount Kinabalu is the highest mountain, one of the highest mountains in Southeast Asia. But in Borneo, to travel from the mountain to the sea, it will be around 500 miles. Yes, you hear me right. But what's the difference between the huge river between Amazon and Borneo? Amazon have piranhas. We do not have piranhas. We have giant crocodiles. Humans go missing because crocodiles are huge. They could go up to 15 to 20 feet. But because of what we are facing, the same as Amazon, the deforestation, the freshwater river crocodiles are going to the sea. And many unfortunate people who love to see the sunset and who love to go out to the sea, into the South China Sea. You can walk up at 100 meters away from shore, and yet it's just 4 feet above your waist. So many people in Borneo have never seen a gigantic oil tank or tankers because they are far away in the South China Sea. It looks like half sinking because of the horizon.
Hi, John. I'm back. Thank you for this segment where you keep our audience so well informed about Borneo. And in fact, John is a man of multiple talent. He speaks seven? Is it seven?
9.
Sorry, nine languages. 9 languages,
including dialects. Yeah.
What are the languages that you speak, John?
Well, Malay, Indonesian, Cantonese, Hakka, Hokkien, Teochew, a little bit of French. Yeah. Right now I'm learning Russian. Yeah.
Thank you,
and a basic Thai. Yeah.
Thank you, John Patrick Wolf. And he's born in Borneo. He works in Singapore and resides in Malaysia. And if you ask him about the entire history of Southeast Asia, I think we probably can listen to the story till about 12 midnight. And
but we'll keep it short. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. I'm gonna listen to your next segment. Thank you very much. All right, it's time that we bring on the next speaker, and the next speaker is, let me see, where is she? The next speaker is Chan Su Meng. Su Meng, you're in the room, right, Su Meng?
Hi, Peter. I am in the room. I thought that I was speaking at 9:30.
Oh, we decided to bring you on since you're early, and according to my new schedule that was given to me, you are the next speaker to speak. And come on, let me give you a proper introduction. Now, Sumeng, a good friend of mine, she is Ipoh-born, Singapore permanent resident, and works in the innovation, strategic communication, and sustainability space. And she returned to Ipoh in 2019 to set up a special impact project. And this speech about her is Dream for Ipoh. For those of you who are from other parts of the world, Ipoh is a beautiful city in somewhere in the very close to the capital of Malaysia, KL. All right, over to you, Chan Sumeng.
Thank you so much, Peter, and thank you for having me here. I'm so honored and excited. So, I have a dream, a song to sing, to help me cope with anything. If you see the wonder of a fairy tale, you can take the future, even if you fail. Hi everyone, happy World Speech Day 2021. Have you ever had people telling you to get real? Well, never ever let that get to you. I believe that we must have dreams, big dreams, because it gives us purpose. When life throws fires at us to put out, when no one believes us, when we fail and we feel so alone, it's that vision that will be your source of strength. For example, 11 years ago, I stumbled upon a secret that would help me to make a dream come true, to make a difference to my hometown, Ipoh, capital of the Malaysian state of Perak. Here was an untold story about how the townsfolk contributed to the revolutionary efforts of Dr. Sun Yat-sen, the first president of the Republic of China who toppled the Qing dynasty in 1911. This is stuff that would put the state on the world map. I'd envisioned how this story would attract history buffs, especially from China, how that would contribute to the town's transformation through tourism, leading other businesses to be founded to serve this industry. I saw Ipoh as a vibrant place with jobs that pay decent salaries, and I saw a time when it would lose its now deserving nickname of Ipoh Cheapo. And I saw a time when parents who send their children away to study would no longer tell them to not return to Ipoh because there was neither money nor future nor hope. And from those visions, my research began. And in 2013, my book was published. So in 2019, the opportunity came up to turn the contents of the book into a heritage trail. And the first 10 signages were installed in December that year. Over time, I've trained tour guides, and we have so many new social impact initiatives in the queue for rollout that would also bring self-sustainability. But by no stretch of any imagination can this journey be described as smooth sailing. I often wanted to give up, and we often needed financial support to take the project to the next level. Yet, everywhere I turned to ask where I believed there were high possibilities, doors slammed. And on one occasion, I was harshly lambasted by a member of an association who accused me of ulterior motives as tears ran uncontrollably down my cheeks. All I wanted was to install a signage at their site to mark this history. I asked them why I put up with this. Without money, I had to do most things myself, which stretched me to incredible limits, especially with my full-time work. Time and again, I wanted to give up. What kept me going was that dream of creating livelihoods, equity, and much more. Like many others, COVID-19 disrupted our plans. Yet in 2020, the digital editions of the book were released, and this project was presented virtually to 50 museums around the world, a milestone in our vision to draw tourists to Ipoh. And we will be running virtual tours soon too, so do join us. Slowly, things change. So in closing, it is my hope and wish for you that you keep your dreams close to your hearts and your heads. It doesn't matter if we don't achieve our dreams in our lifetimes. What matters and what brings meaning and inspiration to our lives are the real steps and tangible actions we take to get closer to our dreams, whatever they may be. I am convinced that when we are living embodiments of our dreams, we will not only attract those who share them and join us in the journey, but also take it forward. Back to you.
Thank you, Sumeng. Sumeng, you indeed are a really patriotic and altruistic person. Well, you were born in Ipoh. In case most part of the world did not know, Ipoh is well known for having the prettiest women in the whole of Malaysia. So I was told. All right, if it's not true, well, don't blame me for it, because that's what that was what I was told. Is that true, Suming?
Well, I think you have to come and see for yourself and experience for yourself, Peter.
Thank you very much for sharing your dream for Ipoh. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for answering our call to join World Speech Day. All right. So I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Thank you, Suming. All right. Next speaker that we have is, let me just very quickly check. Yes, she is in the room. I'm just going to spotlight her. Satrin Go. Satrin Go.
Hello.
Hi, Satrin. Satrin Go shared in International Women's Day overcoming migraine and hope with hope and courage. Will
That's right.
Be your speech for today?
Yeah, it will be on the same side. Yeah.
Okay, let me just give you a little intro. Satrin has a story to tell about her 11-year-old struggle with migraine, and today she wants to inspire the world to take action towards regaining the quality of life they deserve. Let us hear from Satrin Go.
Thank you, everyone. And really privileged to be in this World Speech Day platform to be able to share a message to people who actually suffers from migraine, so that I could actually bring them some hope with my own personal experience and breakthrough in battling migraine. And well, I triumph over it, and it's great to say that I'm migraine free for 11 years. And I believe that whoever who is watching right now who has migraine, you might be thinking, how could I find a solution? Well, actually, just 1 year ago, I was a different person. I was pretty introverted and never thought that I would do what I'm doing right now, let alone to be a speaker to share my experience in such a platform. And I was in Kyoto with my sister on a business trip in Japan on a rest day, and we decided to chill. So we rented bicycle. We thought it's very gung ho, to ride a bicycle in Japan and like, wow, enjoying our trip. And we decided to ride about 15 kilometers from the Kyoto city all the way up to Arashiyama, the famous bamboo forest. So we were riding and enjoying the breeze, the sun and everything. And yeah, it's evening time. So we decided to ride back to our hotel. But something terrible happened. Oh, my face should be something terrible happened, right? We were riding on the road and my bicycle just skid, and when I'm trying to move out a curb, and I fell on the side of the road with a lot of car passing by next to me. But I quickly pick up myself, despite myself actually couldn't see anything because of the trauma. That basically it was like really scary. You are not able to see anything, or not even, your hands in front of you. And I look, there was little bruises, but I noticed one of my fingers, my little pinky here, was actually totally like move off the position that is like dropping off on itself. That is really scary. My sister arrived and we have to try to move ourselves to the pavement. And I remember sitting on that pavement in Kyoto, asking myself one critical question. Why do I need to go through all this? Why am I going through all this? What is this broken finger for? Now, it suddenly struck on me that I asked this very same question. Why do I need to go through all this when I was in that toilet at my house, vomiting every single fluid, every single acid from I don't know where is it, into that toilet bowl because of that migraine attack? The same question I asked, why do I need to go through all this? Well, I came back to seek for treatment. I went back to Malaysia and I seek for treatment for my broken finger. And this word migraine keep harming me. I mean, keep coming to my mind like, what migraine? You know, I'm free for migraine for 11 years. Until a certain point that I know that there's the inner voice in me that will lead me to come out and share about my experience on how I got liberated from migraine so that I could help people to be on that same journey as me. And for people who knows migraine, you will know that to be able to liberate, it is really, thank God. And for those of you who do not know what is migraine all about, I can tell you that it is not an ordinary headache. And the pain could be so intense every single time that it is comparable to a broken bone, if you ever had that, childbearing, if you're a lady, and sometimes the pain intensity could be even 1 or 2 times more than that of childbearing. So I remember many episodes of me enduring the pain, vomiting, pressing the pillow on my head, and even banging my wall against not my wall, it's my head against the wall. So migraine in actual is affecting 1/7 of the world population and affecting the quality of life of people. Now, how did I become migraine free for 11 years? First of all, it starts with your mindset, your perspective of what migraine is all about. At a certain point in time, I decide that I shouldn't tolerate with migraine. I must overcome it, and I declare a war with it. I'm thankful I'm able to decode it and tackle migraine at the root of its problem and able to walk out of it. So I want to share with all migrainians today that I'm going to share with you a 3R daily habit that you could do to start to tackle and kickstart your journey of migraine liberation. That would be able to help you to reduce the frequency of migraine very, very well, just like what has happened to some of the people whom I'm helping right now. What is the 3R daily habit? First R, record. Record. You must record or write comprehensive migraine journals about the things you eat, the stress level, the weather, your diet, your sleeping patterns, your exercise pattern, so that you are able to know yourself well and find out the possible triggers to your migraine. That is very, very critical. And this is one part that when I speak to a lot of migrainians, they would tell me, no, I didn't know about it, despite I have migraine for like 20 years, 30 years, that kind of stuff. It is very important for you to do the first R, that is record. The second R, regulate. You need to regulate some of the patterns in your life, that is your sleep and your diet to start with. It is very simple as to what I mean by regulating. That is probably your sleeping timing and maybe your time for meals, that you have regular times that you would eat. For example, your lunch, 1 p.m., make it 1 p.m. every single time. All right. Or 2 p.m., maybe 2 p.m. Or you tell me that, Catherine, I could only eat lunch at 3 p.m. Is that good? Of course, it's not so good. Okay. But if you're able to eat lunch at 3 p.m. every day, That is regulation. And your body will be able to adjust. And even for people who is having hormonal issues, it will be able to help you to manage the hormonal problem. Okay. And the third R is relax. Now, it is very important for us that during this kind of stressful condition, whether at work or at home or whatsoever, that we must choose to relax. We must practice steps to help us to de-stress in a very small little process that we could do in our life. For example, you could actually be very conscious to speak slowly, just like what I do. Okay, I used to be a machine gun and I thought it's very fast. But we have to be very conscious to learn to talk slower so that we are actually in a more relaxed mode. All right, we don't want to rush. Well, of course, we don't want to be too slow either. All right. And of course, when you are stressed, some of the hacks that you could do is practice some simple breathing techniques. For example, the most simple box breathing, or just normal exhale and inhale. Simple stuff that you know that when you are stressed, do not keep accumulating the stress, but rather slow down. And that is how, by practicing this 3R, record, regulate, relax, it has helped a lot of the people who are helping just to reduce that frequency of that migraine. Of course, to lead to liberation, there is still more work to be done, but at least do something to cause that change in your life, that so that you do not need to keep on suffer that attack that badly. So my final message to every migrainea out here is that please do not give up hope to overcome migraine. I'm not a doctor, I'm not a neurologist, I'm just a normal person. And if I could overcome migraine and be migraine free for 11 good years now, you can do it too. And I've met too many people who gave up hope or even gave up their life, and it really broke my heart. Just because of migraine, ruined their life, their relationship, their work, and every single thing. Just know that we have power over migraine, and all we need to do is to take some actions, as well as to kickstart by practicing the 3R. You can connect with me on my FB page, Satrin Go, if you need more help, and let's do it. Let's lead a migraine-free life. Back to you, Peter.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks for the applause.
Thank you, Satrin. So it is record, regulate, and relax.
That's right. It's actually for everyone, right?
Yeah. Well, the relax part definitely sounds like a way that I would take forth and relax my migraine if I ever have a migraine. Thank you so much,
Thank
Satrin.
you.
Now, before I call on the Taiwanese speakers, we do have our performance segment ready. But before this performance segment, I think we are about to count down to the Australian hour where we will hit, will actually transpire from the 14th of March to 15th of March. So get ready for some fireworks. So again, thank you very much, Satrin, for coming on board. And do stay around and listen to the rest of the speech. They're all wonderful speeches. I think we are about to count down. So we have a musician with us today, all the way from UK. Let us have some fireworks first. And let me just check. Is a countdown ready? Okay. All right. We have already crossed over to the Australian hour. The fireworks is in the background. Since you can't hear it, I'm just going to play some music. Next, I'm going to introduce this very special person whom we have invited from all the way from UK, from London. And let me just spotlight her and bring her into the screen. Thank you. Right. Sacha T is a singer, songwriter, producer from London, and she has performed on stages all across London and beyond, and is often praised for her therapeutic and soothing vocals and lyrics. Sacha T's music can only be described as inspirational, as she often draws on trauma faced in her past experiences as the foundation of her songwriting. And she is also a strong advocate for mental health and encourages people to use music to enhance the mental health and encourages musicians to look after the mental well-being. Over to you, Sacha. What have you brought us today?
Hi, everyone. I hope you're having a great World Speech Day, and I hope you're all taking care of yourselves. I'm just going to sing 2 songs for you. I'm not going to be too long, but hopefully this will just give you a break from the speeches for a bit. So this first song I'm going to sing is a song called Live, and it's a song basically about mental health and making sure we check on our strong friends and check on each other and make sure we're all doing okay. So this song is called Live. I don't want to lose another soul. My heart breaks when another one goes. The pain was so deep that no one can see. You're losing this battle with life, but please don't give up now. I guarantee you get something I need. I need you to breathe and stay with me. I know it's dark, but you can't let it win. I promise to help you fight if you just let me in. Don't know why I need to tell you this, but I need you to fight. I need you to live. Oh, I need you to live. Depression is something we cannot ignore. I feel like we've had this discussion before. The pain of loneliness can be so real. Oh, I'm listening whenever you need to tell me how you feel. I guarantee you got something I need. I need you to breathe and stay with me. I know it's dark, but you can't let it win. I promise to help you fight if you just let me in. Don't know why I need to tell you this, but I need you to fight. I need you to. I know it's hard to talk about. And I know sometimes you just want out. Oh, I know it feels like you will never be happy again. I guarantee you got something I need. I need you to breathe and stay with me. I know it's dark, but you can't let it win. I promise to help you fight if you just let me in. Don't know why I need to tell you this, but I need you to fight. I need you to fight on. Ba-dum da da tweet da dum die. Ba-da-da-dum tweet da 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 ba-da-dum die da-dum die. Fight on, fight on, 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 on. I guarantee you got something I need. I need you to breathe and stay with me. I know it's dark, but you can't let it win. I promise to help you fight if you just let me in. I don't know why I need to tell you this, but I need you to fight. I need you to live. Thank you, guys. So that one was called Live. Again, just a reminder that we all need each other to survive and we all need to lean on each other. I'm just going to sing one more for you today. And this song is called Sunshine in My Pocket. And it's basically a song that says, if you ever need some sunshine, if you feel like you've lost your smile or lost your sunshine, you can always borrow some of mine because I'm always smiling and I always have sunshine to give you. So this is called Sunshine in My Pocket. There's something in the air today. Something about the way you say good morning has changed. It's like you don't believe your words. Before I ask you why, I just want to say this first. It's okay to not want to smile. Okay to put your worries on and not feel good for a while, 'cause that's what makes us human. No, I'm right by your side to help you put your happiness back on. I always keep a spare if yours is lost somewhere. So if you ever need a little bit of sunshine, take a look in my pocket. I think you like what you may find. A folded rainbow right there in my wallet with a coupon smile. Just promise you won't spend it all at once. There's plenty more where that came from. Ooh. Take a walk on the wild side with me, and we can stay grounded like the oak tree. Ooh, let's plant love and make history. Oh, and watch it grow so naturally. It's okay to not want to smile. Okay to put your worries on and not feel good for a while, 'cause that's what makes us human. No, I'm right by your side, yeah. Help you put your happiness back on. I always keep a spare if yours is lost somewhere. If you ever need a little bit of sunshine, take a look in my pocket. I think you like what you may find. A folded rainbow right there in my wallet with a coupon smile. Just promise you won't spend it all at once. There's plenty more where that came from. Ooh. I know you're scared and I know the reason. You know sometimes you just have to believe in you and me. It's what I'm here for. I'm yours. Oh, ooh. So if you ever need a little bit of sunshine, take a look in my pocket. I think you like what you may find. A folded rainbow right there in my wallet with a coupon smile. Just promise you won't spend it all at once. There's plenty more where that came from. So if you ever need a little bit of sunshine, you can have mine anytime. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was
Thank you.
Shasha T. Shasha. What is the song title?
The first one was called Live, and the second one was called Sunshine in My Pocket.
Sunshine in the Pocket. That's such a beautiful song. Is it any time? I mean, is it going to be available anytime soon that we can download from iTunes or some other place?
Yeah, definitely. So I'm just recording at the moment, and hopefully that will be out soon. But if you want more information, you can follow me on Instagram or find me on Facebook. Just type Sasha T, which is SACHA. And my Instagram is Sasha Official, which is SACHA. Then official, and you should find me, and then you'll find out when it's coming out and stuff.
Thank you for the original score, original music, and that beautiful song that you have brought to us. Thank you very much. You just bring our event, World Speech Day Live, to a next level. Certainly.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Let's move on. Next, we will bring to you two speakers from Taiwan and one speaker from Japan before we move on, before we close this segment and wait for all the Singapore speakers to arrive. So coming up next soon will be Buffy Chang and then Millie Leong and Norisan. So for those of you who have not given me your speech title, it's now a good time to give me your speech title. But of course, Buffy has already given me your speech title. Let me look for Buffy. And, oh, I found you, Buffy. Hi, Buffy. Hang on. Let me give you a proper introduction, Buffy. Buffy is from Taiwan, of course, and she is an entrepreneur. She is a trainer and also a mother of who wants to help women fulfill their dreams and goals to the fullest. And what have she brought us today? What is her speech? Her speech is Scarcity versus Abundance Mindset. Over to you, Buffy Chang.
Thank you, Peter. It is an honor to be here, especially after the beautiful voice of Sasha, and that's beautiful songs. So, hi everybody, I'm Buffy from Taiwan, and I'm very honored to be able to speak here today to share with you some of my experience. Okay, I grew up in Taiwan, and I lived in France before, and then I lived in US for the past 15 years. So I have two kids. One is 8 years old and one is almost turning 12 in 2 months. So, and I just moved back to Taiwan recently, a few years back with my family again, okay? So having living in two places and having traveled the world for over 20 countries, I like to be an observer. I like to see the differences between cultures, between the society atmosphere. And before having kids, I'm always the observer. I like to see the differences. I like to compare the cultures. But after having kids, starting to ask questions, okay, I'm actually forced to give out answers. Okay, so I start to have to answer to those events and day-to-day life, and a positive answer to my kids, okay, and positive solutions to raise a better generation, okay. For example, okay, one of the things that they ask me is about traffic. Okay, we live in Taiwan right now, okay, where the sense of the right of way, okay, is almost non-existent, okay. While in the States, okay, when you're at the crossroads, you stop at the stop sign, okay, you yield to the person who's supposed to have the right of way, and you see people at the four-way crossroad that waiting for each other to pass, okay. And versus in Taiwan, okay, people fight for the right of way, either if you have it or not, okay. And stop sign is for reference. I once parked at the stop sign, it got honked, and my kids asked me why. I couldn't explain, okay, because the person behind me have an emergency to go, or I have no idea. Okay. And the other thing is, what my son has found out, because he went to American school in Taiwan for 4 years, but then I transferred him to local school so he could learn better Chinese. And the first thing he came back home and found out about the difference is he said, "Mom, American school kids, they get in line, okay, and they are not rushed to be the first in line, versus the local schools kids, okay, they fight to be the first in line so they could get to cafeteria first, so they could get on the bus first to fight for the seats." And that's the first difference they found out, okay. And recently we're house hunting, and what we found out about the difference is, okay, in the States, the real estate agents have a giant database that everybody look at, this shared database. Okay, so you could access to all the information you want, and depending on which agent you work with, they all work together. Okay, but then in Taiwan, each real estate have their own database that you can cross over. If you are looking for the listing from A company, B company cannot touch it. Okay, and when B holds the resources, C and A cannot share it, cannot touch it, and cannot even show people the houses. Okay, so I'm really puzzled on what this whole thing is about. Okay, and it leads me in finding the answer for my kids. It leads me to an experiment that an ethologist, an American ethologist, John Cahoon, has conducted during 1960s. Okay, he created a mouse, a rat utopia. Okay, he put about 12 mice into a heaven cage. Okay, they supply the mice with unlimited food, unlimited water, and help them with shelters, places to sleep, places to hide. Okay, and they found out these 12 mice were happily living together, having kids, and no fighting and no hoarding resources whatsoever, and the environment was peaceful and clean. Okay, but we all know rats duplicate themselves pretty fast. Okay, so when they multiply and multiply, it eventually become very overpopulated, and it leads to a lot of behavior issues, including drastic increase of violence, abandoning their own young ones, and they start to hoard foods, hoard waters, and even they start developing reproduction issues. Okay, so I start to tell my kids about this story and say, you know what? Maybe overpopulation is the problem. However, for the past year, okay, we have all suffered from this pandemic. Okay, so we all have, some of us has seen the news. Okay, some of us has seen the news and see how people fighting to get in line for food, for masks, and some of us actually experienced it ourselves. Okay, and in Taiwan, there was a rumor that masks uses the same raw material as tissue paper, and people even rush to the supermarket to start fighting for tissue papers. Okay, so it was a chaos. So is overpopulation the only issue? No. Okay, so I bet a lot of you guys online have heard about the parable of heaven and hell. Okay, one person died, and he said, "God, please show me what hell is like and what heaven is like." So God opened one door and said, "This is hell." Okay, so he saw a whole bunch of people gather on a round table with plenty of food on the table. But each of them all look very famished and very irritated. Okay, and then they were almost at the edge of being angry and frustration because they were all holding a very, very long spoon. Okay, in Asia culture, a very, very long chopsticks. The length is over their arms, so they couldn't get the food and feed themselves, and they were so frustrated because they couldn't get fed. Okay, so he was scared. He said, "Okay, God, I have enough image of hell. Please show me what heaven looks like." Okay, so God opens another door and show him the same image. The person was puzzled. He's like, "God, this is the same setting as hell, but why does those people look happy and they were having conversation and they look satisfied and fed?" And God said, it is because of the mindset. Okay, it's because they all learn to use that very, very long spoon or chopstick for our Asians to feed each other. So there's no fighting over food. There's no hunger because they all think for the other person. They all feed the other person and serve other person. Okay, so this is actually the answer that I come out for my kids, that I'm teaching my kids. There are two mindsets in us. One is the scarcity mindset, when we focus on what is wrong with our lives, what we don't have, and what is missing. And we need to either fight to protect ourselves or fight for the resources. Versus another set of mindset is abundance. Okay, we believe there are enough to go around to share, and we view this world as a place that have unlimited opportunities, and we trust in our own ability to make positive impact, and we work together to help each other to succeed instead of always only competing with each other. Okay, so with two different mindsets, scarcity versus abundance, you are looking at, you keep taking and taking from the society versus give and give back to the society. You are looking at fear and insecurity versus feeling safe and content. You're looking at criticism versus being the movement of change. You're looking at being negative and being pessimistic versus being positive and optimistic. Okay, that's totally different. And how we shift from scarcity mindset to abundance mindset, I have suggested my kids to do these steps, and I'm more than happy to share with all you guys. One is to recognize our pattern. Okay, when we run into issues, when we run into events, what is our pattern? Do we think like a scarcity mindset or abundance mindset? Okay, and the second one is the most important one. We need to practice gratitude. Okay, Oprah Winfrey once shared, if you look at what you have in life, you will always have more. If you look at what you don't have in life, you will never have enough. Okay, so start to practice gratitude to know that what we have is enough, and is a giving, a blessing that we have those. And three, start thinking big. Okay, be the bigger person. Okay, we yield to other people in traffic. Okay, we give out to other people, not because we have to, it's because we can be the bigger person there to initiate this movement, and knowing that there is enough to go around. And the number four is to take action. Okay, it only takes one person to take one step ahead to influence the whole world. So let's be the change at this humanity crossroad, and let's be the impact to the world. Thank you everybody for letting me to share these ideas, and God bless everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Buffy. Thank you for sharing with us scarcity versus abundance. And what you've just shared reminded me of one word from I believe is a Zulu language. I wonder if you've heard that before. It's called Ubuntu. 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 Yeah, Ubuntu. Right. It basically means I am because you are, and they understand from ages ago. The Zulu race understand the meaning of abundance, because they already share the same air, the same water, and the land that they live on. So only when their brothers are fulfilled in whether basic needs or a roof over their head, then they are all joyful. Yeah. So I am because you are. Thank you for sharing with us this idea of having an abundance mindset, Buffy.
Thank you, Peter.
Next, we have another speaker from Taiwan. Let me look for the speaker and make sure that she's already here. Oh, yes, she's here. The next speaker will be speaking about paying it forward. Now, how interesting, from scarcity versus abundance and now to paying it forward. Millie is an entrepreneur who wants to help other women start their business and become financially independent. And today she's going to bring a speech to us called Pay It Forward. Over to you, Millie Leong from Taiwan.
Thank you so much, Peter. Hello, everyone, and welcome to World Speech Day Live. And today we want to talk about pay it forward and making an impact in the world. Now, my name is Millie Liang, and Peter introduced me. I'm an entrepreneur, best-selling author, and international speaker, and also Global Goodwill Ambassador by GGA in 2019. I'm so honored to be here today. And first of all, I want to ask a question. Do you believe that we can all make a change, make a difference, and make an impact in this world? I certainly believe so. And I believe that you can do that no matter what your age is, what gender, what social status, what your skin color, or how much money that you have or you don't have. It doesn't really matter. We can all create the change we want to see in this world in our own very special and meaningful way. There is no impact that is too small in this world. So you might be thinking, how can I contribute and pay it forward in a meaningful way? So let me ask you a few questions so that you can dig deeper into your heart and soul and see what that is the change that you want to see in this world. Number one, first of all, what changes do you most want to see in this world? Are there certain areas in the world that you want to contribute to? For example, for me, I want to help underprivileged children. I've been to some volunteers and I've seen children who are in very poor environment and don't have a chance for education in school. So over the years, as my business continued to grow, I have put a percentage of my business profit to donate to organizations so that I can build schools for children. And so over the years, been very blessed. I've been able to donate and build 3 schools for underprivileged children in developing countries, so they have a chance for education. So the children are now going to those schools, and I feel really blessed and happy about that. So my point is, for changes that you want to see in this world, chances are that there are organizations out there that are doing amazing job, like nonprofits or other organizations. Look them up, see how you can contribute to them. They need resources. So if you have the time, effort, money, you have resources, or if you have connection or knowledge, please give what you can and donate what you can. I'm sure that they'll be very happy to use those to help more. Now, number 2 is that the question is, what are some of the things that you're really passionate about and you cannot stop talking about with your closest friends? I find that one of the things that I cannot stop talking about with my closest friend, it's financial education and building businesses. And I'm so in love with that topic. No matter it's coffee or tea or meeting my friends over Zoom or in person or party, I'm always talking about that topic. So I encourage you, if there are things that you want to talk about, for example, in my case, how to manage money, how to build business, or how to establish residual passive income stream, do that and share that gift, share that knowledge with people that you care about. Now, number 3 is, are there things in life that you feel that frustrates you and you want to change? For example, for me, I love to protect the environment. And I have to be honest, sometimes I see people drinking from plastic bottles and plastic straws, and that annoys me a little bit. And because I've watched documentary and seen that, did you know that if you do use those one-time plastic, it gets in the water, it actually hurts the sea animal, the dolphins, the fish, and the turtles, etc. So since then, I've been bringing my own bottle and my own plastic, my own metal straws whenever I drink bubble tea. I don't know about Peter, you like bubble tea or not, but I love bubble tea. I'm essentially addicted to it. So a few times a week when I go there, I just get my own bottle and my metal straws to make sure that I protect the environment. And over the years, I also organize my friends to clean up the beaches whenever we can. On a nice day, we go pick up the garbage from the beach. You see, these are really just small, tiny things, and it don't cost much money. But I do believe that small actions like that can have a ripple effect. When other people see you do that, you're leading by example. And when people see you do that, more people will take on and do that. So never underestimate what you can do in this world. There's really no impact too small in this world. And yes, you can make a difference. You can lead by example and start influencing others and making a change in this world. It's all about being creative, resourceful, and taking actions. So pay it forward. The world needs you. Start today and start making that difference you want to see in this world. Thank you so much, everybody. And thank you so much again, Peter and Suzanne, for organizing this event.
Thank you, Millie. I do love drinking bubble tea. Then I also like to eat ramen. Now that you even use straw for your bubble tea, do I bring a bowl for my ramen just to pay it forward?
If you want to, yes, definitely. I think anything will help. Yes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm all for being environmental friendly. I have a lot of recycle bag that I bring for my grocery. Thank you for that wonderful speech of paying it forward, Millie. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Good night. All right. Next, we're going to bring up a Japanese speaker named Nori-san. Let me look for Nori-san and spotlight here. Nori-san, since I've not received your introduction, I'm just going to tell the audience your speech title and allow you to do your own introduction. Okay, Nori-san? So Nori-san is going to bring to us a speech titled, What Does Pandemic Bring to Us?
Okay, yes.
Nori-san, over to you.
Hello, everyone. Yes, thank you for the inviting to this event, Peter-san. Thank you. So my Singapore friend, Cho-san, invited me this event for the first time. So, okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Noriyuki Nakanishi. So many people call me Nori-san. This is my nickname. Thank you. I attended this event from Japan. Okay. Now we strive for a pandemic, and we suffer from a pandemic. This pandemic brought us many of tragedy. Many people passed away due to pandemic. Deep condolences to these people. Yes, but pandemic brought us not only many tragedy, but also a new normal. Yeah, pandemic get everyone to communicate with Zoom and the other electronic meeting platform. The world community became closer together as this meeting platform make it easier for people from different countries to come together, speak, to share ideas, to build leadership. In my case, I belong to Rotary Club. I attend many of the meetings in the world after breaking the pandemic. Yeah. For instance, in India, Rotary Club meeting, guest speaker talked about the polio problem. I didn't know how did they overcome polio problem detail before I attend this meeting. Just a case, I attend a Singapore Rotary friend Cho-san Zoom meeting. This club try to improve Indonesian rural areas sanitary problem. Before pandemic, I couldn't know my friend club's activity. Yeah. I understand Nigeria and Indian good relationship after attending a Zoom week event in Rotary Club. In short, I realized many of country activity through Zoom meeting after pandemic. Yeah. So this time too, I can meet you through the Zoom event, this event, World Tour 2021. Yeah. So we will overcome this hardest near future. And then I would like to go abroad for a meeting with many friends who met at a Zoom meeting. Of course, you. Of course, Peter-san. Of course, Singapore, many friends. Just a country friend too. Of course, you. Yeah. Yes, we can. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Nori-san, about the opportunities that the pandemic can bring us.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you very much, and that wraps up this segment. And I am going to go into announcement mode. Thank you. I'm gonna remove you from the screen, Nori-san. Thank you very much. All right. Before we bring on all the Singaporean speakers in the next segment, just going to announce to you that if you are watching from YouTube or Facebook, you would have seen a lower ticker, a running ticker that has been telling you there's going to be hourly draw, right? It has been since 2 hours since we started the program proper. So we should be drawing 2 names from the YouTube channel, #worldspeechdaylive. So in the next few minutes, probably 22 minutes, we will be looking out for those who have given us a comment. And I see some of the winner who from the International Women's Day is back with lots of comment. Jaron Neo, I think he won something in the International Women's Day. So yes, keep the comment coming for our speakers, right? Some of this comment will be featured during their speech along their speech segment. So meanwhile, I'm just going to sign off for the next 20 minutes to look out for some of the better and valuable comments that's going to help our speaker and, motivate them and let us watch some other speakers' highlight of what's to come over the next 40 hours. Yeah. Let's play the video.
Community all around the globe. My name is Alejandro.
My name is Mia.
My name is Luis Fernando.
My name is Alberto.
My name is Isis Elizabeth Lehameskidi.
This year, our topic is humanity at a crossroads.
I am very excited and grateful to be able to participate
on March 15 in World Speech Day.
I'm very excited to see you hear all your speeches.
I am going to be very happy to see you on World Speech Day 2021. Stay tuned.
It was a pleasure to meet you, and I look forward to meet you again.
See you soon.
World Speech Day is right around the corner, and this year's theme is Humanity at a Crossroads. This will be an incredibly thought-provoking and stimulating event.
From more than 100 different countries who are collaborating to make the event amazing, extraordinary, and unforgettable.
We will finally have the chance to speak about what we believe in.
In a world full of change, the importance of stories remains a constant. Stories have the ability to connect people, uplift, empower, and effect change.
And I'm here to tell you how excited I am to be participating in this year's World Speech Day right here online.
I'm really excited and I can't wait to present my speech. Please join us on March 15th.
It would be wonderful to have you join us.
I'm looking forward to seeing you guys at World Speech Day.
Join us.
Join the International School of Foreign.
I'm a student at International School of Business.
And I hope to see you there too.
I hope to see you on the 15th of March.
I hope to see you there.
Humanity at a Crossroads.
We hope to see you on March 15th.
Make sure to be there on March 15th.
I will see you at the event.
It's a day that has been put together so that different people with different backgrounds, different origins can come together and just enlighten and empower you.
You could give the world your ideas or solutions that can help humanity.
Loss of family members, loss of jobs, loss of livelihood.
The cries that erupted from our nation for a final end to the gender-based violence pandemic.
Why do people hurt the environment to live on?
Pause, reflect, renew, revive.
Rethink about what I should do in life.
All about connecting and slowing down, taking time for ourselves and our families.
See how your creativity and connectivity can help bring back society or redefine society.
We need to take better care of ourselves in terms of self-care mentally.
And when you start there, you start to feel love for yourself, love for others.
Is there someone you know who needs magic hand?
What kind of messages we want to pass on to the next generation?
We took this call to action to the youth of South Africa.
I can contribute to some things on how to help people with chronic illnesses or hidden disability.
But through conversation and speeches, we can instill hope and confidence in people's lives.
Save this date and share with the many people as possible. Be ready to participate.
And I hope you'll join us then on March the 15th.
See you and be inspired.
Mentoring. This word wasn't in my vocabulary back when I grew up. Largely due to my upbringing. Since I was about 8 or 9, I cultivated this belief inside me that help or support wasn't a tool that was readily available to me.
Is it better to be feared or respected? Is it too much to ask for both? I'm joking, of course. This was something that Robert Downey Jr. said as the character Tony Stark in the Iron Man films.
Focus on the positive. I build awareness of my thoughts and feelings, as well as their influence of it on others.
I noticed a quotation I had written on a piece of paper by my desk. And the quotation was, "A clear vision should never be confused with a short distance."
I think everybody in the room will tell you that a good teacher can change your life. I'm here today to tell you that a bad teacher can change your life too. So rewind the clock. We're going back to 1979.
a day that has been put together so that different people with different backgrounds, different origins can come together and just enlightening and empower you.
You could give the world your ideas or solutions that can help humanity.
Loss of family members, loss of jobs, loss of livelihood.
The cries that erupted from our nation for a final end to the gender-based violence pandemic.
Why do people hurt the environment to live on?
Pause, reflect, renew, revive.
Rethink about what I should do in life.
All about connecting and slowing down, taking time for ourselves and our families.
See how your creativity and connectivity can help bring back society or redefine society.
We need to take better care of ourselves in terms of self-care mentally.
And when you start there, you start to feel love for yourself, love for others.
Is there someone you know who needs magic hand?
What kind of messages we want to pass on to the next generation?
We took this call to action to the youth of South Africa.
I can contribute to some things on how to help people with chronic illnesses or hidden disability.
But through conversation and speeches, we can instill hope and confidence in people's lives.
Save this date and share with the many people as possible. Be ready to participate.
And I hope you'll join us then on March the 15th.
See you and be inspired.
Mentoring. This word wasn't in my vocabulary bag when I grew up. Largely due to my upbringing. Since I was about 8 or 9, I cultivated this belief inside me that help or support wasn't a tool that was readily available to me.
Is it better to be feared or respected? Is it too much to ask for both? I'm joking, of course. This was something that Robert Downey Jr. said as the character Tony Stark in the Iron Man films.
Focus on the positive. I build awareness of my thoughts and feelings, as well as their influence of it on others.
I noticed a quotation I had written on a piece of paper by my desk. And the quotation was, "A clear vision should never be confused with a short distance."
I think everybody in the room will tell you that a good teacher can change your life. I'm here today to tell you that a bad teacher can change your life too. So rewind the clock. We're going back to 1979.
Good morning, day, afternoon, or evening to all of the World Speech Day community all around the globe. My name is Alejandro.
My name is Mia.
My name is Luis Fernando.
My name is Alberto.
My name is Isis Elizabeth Lehamskiti.
This year, our topic is Humanity at a Crossroads.
I am very excited and grateful to be able to participate
on March 15 in World Speech Day.
I'm very excited to see you and hear all your speeches.
I am going to be very happy to see you on World Speech Day 2021. Stay tuned.
It was a pleasure to meet you, and I look forward to meet you again.
See you soon.
World Speech Day, is right around the corner, and this year's theme is Humanity at a Crossroads. This will be an incredibly thought-provoking and stimulating event
from more than 100 different countries who are collaborating to make the event amazing, extraordinary, and unforgettable.
We will finally have the chance to speak about what we believe in.
In a world full of change, the importance of stories remains a constant. Stories have the ability to connect people, uplift, empower, and effect change.
And I'm here to tell you how excited I am to be participating in this year's World Speech Day right here online.
I'm really excited and I can't wait to present my speech. Please join us on March 15th.
It would be wonderful to have you join us.
I'm looking forward to seeing you guys at World Speech Day.
Join us.
Join the International School of Foreign.
I'm a student at the International School of Blues.
And I hope to see you there too.
I hope to see you on the 15th of March.
I hope to see you there.
Humanity at a Crossroads. We hope to see you on March 15th.
Make sure to be there on March 15th.
I will see you at the event.
Mentoring. This word wasn't in my vocabulary bag when I grew up. Largely due to my upbringing. Since I was about 8 or 9, I cultivated this belief inside me that help or support wasn't a tool that was readily available to me.
Is it better to be feared or respected? Is it too much to ask for both? I'm joking, of course. This was something that Robert Downey Jr. said as the character Tony Stark in the Iron Man films.
Focus on the positive. I build awareness of my thoughts and feelings, as well as their influence of it on others.
I noticed a quotation I had written on a piece of paper by my desk. And the quotation was, "A clear vision should never be confused with a short distance."
I think everybody in the room will tell you that a good teacher can change your life. I'm here today to tell you that a bad teacher can change your life too. So rewind the clock. We're going back to 1979.
Good morning, day, afternoon, or evening to all of the World Speech Day community all around the globe. My name is Alejandro.
My name is Mia.
My name is Luis Fernando.
My name is Alberto.
My name is Isis Elizabeth Lehameskiti.
This year, our topic is Humanity at a Crossroads.
I am very excited and grateful to be able to participate
on March 15th in World Speech Day.
I'm very excited to see you and hear all your speeches.
I am going to be very happy to see you on World Speech Day 2021. Stay tuned.
It was a pleasure to meet you, and I look forward to meet you again.
See you soon.
World Speech Day is right around the corner, and this year's theme is Humanity at a Crossroads. This will be an incredibly thought-provoking and stimulating event
from more than 100 different countries who are collaborating to make the event amazing, extraordinary, and unforgettable.
We will finally have the chance to speak about what we believe in.
In a world full of change, the importance of stories remains a constant. Stories have the ability to connect people, uplift, empower, and effect change.
And I'm here to tell you how excited I am to be participating in this year's World Speech Day right here online.
I'm really excited and I can't wait to present my speech. Please join us on March 15th.
It will be wonderful to have you join us.
I'm looking forward to seeing you guys at World Speech Day.
Join us.
Join the International School for Foreign.
I'm a student at International School of Blues.
And I hope to see you there too.
I hope to see you on the 15th of March.
I hope to see you there.
Humanity at a Crossroads. We hope to see you on March 15th.
Make sure to be there on March 15th.
I will see you at the event.
It's a day that has been put together so that different people with different backgrounds, different origins can come together and just enlighten and empower you.
You could give the world your ideas or solutions that can help humanity.
Loss of family members, loss of jobs, loss of livelihood.
The cries that erupted from our nation for a final end to the gender-based violence pandemic.
Why do people hurt the environment to live on?
Pause, reflect, renew, revive.
Rethink about what I should do in life.
All about connecting and slowing down, taking time for ourselves and our families.
See how your creativity and connectivity can help bring back society or redefine society.
We need to take better care of ourselves in terms of self-care mentally.
And when you start there, you start to feel love for yourself, love for others.
Is there someone you know who needs magic hand?
What kind of messages we want to pass on to the next generation?
We took this call to action to the youth of South Africa.
I can contribute to some things on
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This was the firework that happened 57 minutes ago, and when Australia crossed over from 14th of March to 15th of March. We did not manage to grab the screen earlier, so we're going to showcase to you the firework that went on in Australia. Now, next, we're going to bring on the next segment. We're going to bring on the next segment, which will be hosted by a wonderful and dear friend of mine who has been an MC for Hang on. Let me just bring him on. Bringing on the next segment for our Singaporean speakers, I'm going to introduce you a new MC for this evening. Let me just remove my virtual screen first. And this MC is a dear friend of mine who is an international speaker who has spoken in 40 other countries, and several hundred and thousands of audience have listened to him speak. He's also a trainer who has been supporting World Speech Day events for the last 5 years since the very first World Speech Day that happened in Singapore, 15th of March. And may I bring you on to our MC for the Singapore segment, Mr. Tan Kwang Hong.
Hello everyone, ladies and gentlemen watching from all over the world. I'm Kwan Hong, your MC for the next 2 hours. So I hope you are enjoying your time so far. And our very next speaker is a coach on a mission to help those in need to help themselves. Her speech title is Believe That You Can and You Are Halfway There. Let us welcome our speaker, Lynette Ha.
Hi, Guan Hong. Thank you for the introduction. Hi, everyone. As a global citizen, I'm humbled to be a part of World Speech Day and to be given this opportunity to share my story with you when I transitioned from a full-time corporate life to a mompreneur and now a peak performance coach, as I chose the roles I played in. It is with the hope that it will help bring about a better tomorrow for you as you out to be a better version of yourself. As Mother Teresa said, yesterday is gone, tomorrow has yet to come, we only have today. So let us begin. Let me take you through my journey of how when you believe you can, you are already halfway there, by Theodore Roosevelt. It's a quote. When you want to achieve something in life, the first thing you must do is to believe you can achieve that. And if you don't believe you can, then who can and who will? The first battle to be won is always with yourself. It's not about planning, it's not about thinking of ways to achieve that goal, but to put your mind in that right place and believe that you can. After leaving corporate, I was in limbo and didn't quite know what to do, but I knew I wanted to spend more time with my family. I also knew I wanted to spend my time purposefully, and I wanted to help. I wanted to help humanity, but didn't quite know how to. And that's when I discovered coaching. So in 2019, after completing the International Coaching Federation's certifications program, I embarked on my coaching journey, choosing youths as my beneficiaries, because for every client that I coach, I will in turn mentor or coach an underprivileged pro bono. At this same time, I was challenged to complete my professional coaching certification, which included 500 hours and 2 recordings with very strict competencies. For those coaches out there, you know what I'm referring to. Self-doubt set in, and I wasn't sure if I would be able to. Who am I? I was a new kid on the block. Now, let me share with you 3 tips of what I did that helped me, on reflection now, achieve that not only the 500 hours, but I'm on my way to complete the recordings. The first thing is examine your why. What's your purpose? What's your dream? So set a goal, share it with your friend, announce it to the world, because that's the scary thing I started doing. I set a target of actually 3 years to run the marathon with my child towards his national exams. And people kept asking me, so Lynette, what's your niche? What's your target audience? And friends and families would question me on How are you going to finish 500 hours when you just like are at zero and get paid on top of that? It was a tall order. But my why was strong, and I knew I wanted to help. And that desire to try and help uncover what is beneath was so strong. I put my blinders on and focused on just being a coach. And I loved the journey afterwards, because he who has the why to live for can bear almost anyhow. The second thing I did was to execute, to action, to believe that you can. You must learn to master the basics. So I started participating in coaching labs, peer coaching sessions, and my confidence grew strength to strength with each feedback as I refined my skills. Much like life skills, like riding a bike, it takes time. Afraid of falling, I was afraid of making a fool of myself. But once you get a hang of the bike, the momentum, the adrenaline rush takes over and you're on the roll. The aha moment that I saw on my client's face, the sense of relief that they shared after each session was instant gratification for me. And that was enough. Because halfway makes you go all the way, and to achieve something or to change something, you need to take action and begin moving the different forces around you to make it happen. Taking action is so important and fundamental to reaching your goal, because doing is better than not doing anything at all and just sitting there. And trust me, your self-confidence will increase and you start believing that you can. Now, the third thing I mentioned was to explicitly share. Shout out to the world. Not only that, but share the wisdom and share the knowledge that you've gained. Because I started spreading and I started advocating about coaching because I simply fell in love with it. I shared best practices with friends, with fellow coaches around, and I realized I was actually inspiring those around me to take action for themselves because they were touched. Now, the point is, in the first year, last year, to be exact, I've achieved more than 500 hours of coaching conversations. And I'm working towards submitting my recordings. Because when the pandemic struck, everything went online. Borders were blurred, cross-cultural coaching started, Italy, India, France, just to name a few. Coaching has not only benefited myself, as when you coach, you actually are self-coaching, my family, and of course, my clients. What is so motivating about Theodore Roosevelt's quote is that he's encouraging us to believe that we can do it. And if and when we actually start believing it, we will be able to do it. He knew people didn't believe that he could. But that wasn't a permanent condition. It is only so if you allow it to be. You can start developing your belief systems and start to believe you can, even though there may be that little voice there that of fear, but believe that you can. And that's the halfway mark. It's when you travel, does it make sense for you to stop halfway at your destination, make a U-turn, go home? No. When you're halfway to achieve your goal, you believe you can, you won't quit, you won't go back, because you will just keep on doing it until you reach it. Quitting is hard when you believe you can. Success is hard. It demands discipline and focus. And you must be willing to make sacrifices to achieve what you want. Because once you start building that, you are unstoppable. People that don't believe they can quit at first try. People that believe they can wouldn't quit easily. Just that little step, one step at a time, makes us resilient. And we will go through whatever it takes just to reach our goals. By building that inner belief that you can, you gain courage. Courage that will make you go ahead and just do it. Like what my child had written for his work. Just do it. You know, regardless if you fail or not, you are willing to take that action. You have stepped forward for yourself, not for anyone else. People that succeed are those that have the courage to take that first step. They don't need to know much to start doing it, just like I didn't know much when I first started doing it. I was lost. But with each tiny step that I took, my confidence grew and I started believing that I could. And I just wanted to be a coach. And guess what? I'm a coach. I am being a coach. So you have nothing to lose. Start to believe that you can from now on, and you are already there. You're more than halfway there. I believe that everyone has greatness within that's just screaming for attention. So life is a choice. What is yours today? Believe that you can, and you are halfway there. I'm Lynette Har, your coach, facilitator, and also mentor, community leader with the Women of Courage Asia, wife and mother to 3. Thank you for listening to my speech. I'm signing off. Thank you.
All right. Wow, that's a very inspirational speech. Thank you very much, Lynette, for sharing your tips for success as well as a wonderful story. And our very next speaker is an American journalist, author, and mental health advocate living in Singapore. The speech title, World at a Crossroad. Let us welcome our speaker, Andrea McKenna-Brandkin.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, and thanks for having me today. So, mental health is definitely at a crossroads in humanity. It's not just talking about mental health, though. We know that with the pandemic, people are facing isolation, fear, stressors that they didn't have before, living and not being able to go outside or associate with people or see workmates or friends or family or hug their grandkids. People are living inside their heads a lot more than they had to before. And that's really, really hard. And I know it's taking a toll on our humanity and on our world and communities. I have it on good authority how hard it is to live inside your head. I suffer from bipolar disorder, and I wrote a book about it called Bipolar Phoenix. And I wanted to share some of that experience about me being at my crossroads, and with my book, being able to get through recovery, writing my story, sharing my story, and sharing that message of rising like the Phoenix and recovering and doing better and helping each other. So as I said, it's not just talking about mental health, but how do we come up with the solutions? I mean, we have vaccines, we have more support, hopefully coming from communities with the pandemic, but inside, what are the solutions that we have for ourselves? And how do we do it? People ask me all the time as a mental health advocate, how do I do it? How do I find out if I'm sick or I need help? How do I help someone? How do I do it? So let's talk about that for a minute. To improve the quality of mental health in your life and your community, in our world, at these crossroads. So the first thing is with you. You got to have no judgment for yourself. If you have to look at your own mental health and say, I'm having problems, I need help, you need to be able to do that. And I give you permission to do that for yourself. You're not selfish. You're not out of line. You're not taking too much of the world's attention to take care of your mental health. You deserve it. You deserve it. And for us, we need to have no stigma. Don't turn away from people because they have a mental health problem. Yes, they can be diseases. Yes, sometimes it's just temporary because of pandemic or a work stress or relationship stress. But there's a you and the we. The you, no judgment for yourself and others. The we is no stigma. Let's create a world with no stigma for mental health. So with all these problems and issues and crossroads that we're at, we'd make a decision to turn the correct way, the right way, and support each other with no stigma. Going back to you. Take a look at yourself. How are you doing? Are you functioning? Are you having problems with anxiety? Write it down. What's going on? What's hard? Are you arguing with people? Are you not able to speak your mind? Can you not make decisions? What are the things that are affecting the quality of your life can be from mental health issues. We need to be able to look at you and see what's going on. Be honest, give yourself the time. For us, look around at the people around you, your family, your community, your friends, your husband, your kids, see how they're doing, check in. And let's get people to the resources that they need, the hospitals, the doctors, the therapists, the service organizations, so we can help each other. At the crossroads of humanity with mental health, let's talk about mental health, let's listen, and let's find a way that we can move forward together. You are not alone, and we are not alone. Thank you so much.
All right, wonderful speech. Thank you very much for sharing about your wonderful story and experience. Our very next speaker is passionate to change the narrative of beauty and works by helping women rediscover their true self and inner confidence as a coach. The speech title, Believe You Can and You Are Halfway There. Let us welcome our next speaker, Carol Gokal.
Hello, everybody, and thank you, Kwan Hong, for this wonderful introduction. A crossroad is described as an intersection where the road forms a cross. It is a term used to describe a point in your life when you must make an important decision. I've had 3 major crossroads that I had to navigate so far. I remember my first crossroad in life. I was to choose to further my education or to get married and settle down. I remember it was a time that I felt really powerful, in control, and I was very, very hopeful that I can make a difference. The next major crossroad was when I had to decide to give up my career, to start a business, or to raise my unborn child as a stay-at-home mother. And I was to decide amidst plans to move halfway across the globe to live in a non-English speaking country. It was a tough call. I remember feeling torn and uncertain about my future. It was a stark contrast to my first. The third and most difficult crossroad was choosing to end my life or continue to face the pain. It was the most significant moment in my life and in my entire existence thus far. The irony that this crossroad was the result of the choice from the very first crossroad that I encountered. And that decision changed my path, and that decision broke me. I believe each and every one of us are broken in some ways at some time in our lives. The question is, are we going to let that define or dictate how we communicate and how we continue our lives going forward? The first crossroad may have left me broken, but it has also led me to the most significant transformation to date. It is through that brokenness that I found beauty. The experience reminded me of kintsugi, the Japanese art of mending broken pottery with golden joinery. The result is a stronger and more beautiful piece of art. We may have our hearts and spirits broken, yet there is beauty in brokenness. It is through brokenness that we can create beauty. Being at the crossroad of humanity has never been so rife. The crossroad is a convergent point for humankind, in my opinion, a point regardless of race, spoken language, or faith. Though we are all different, and yet we are the same as we love, we cry, we celebrate, as we live and experience our lives as one humankind. And this crossroad humanity is at is the equal ground where the world is standing on the same line. This is where we can have conversations we were afraid to have in the past to make positive changes. This is the point where tolerance, understanding, acceptance, and respect is achieved. The beauty of our current situation is we get to 4 things. 1, reset our mindset. 2, initiate dialogues. 3, submit the changes. 4, engage the community forward. So together, SWRISE, reset, initiate, submit, and engage as we rise together as one humankind. This is Carol Gawker, confidence coach and changemaker, signing off at World Speech Day Live. Thank you.
Wow, what a wonderful speech. Thank you very much, Carol, for the wonderful speech. And I'm loving all the speeches so far. I hope you are enjoying yourself this very moment. So at this stage, let us welcome our very next speaker. Our next speaker is a financial advisor and life coach by profession who wants to share her experience in imposter syndrome. The speech title, Drive the Imposter Away. Let us welcome our next speaker, Swana Kalen.
Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. A wonderful World Speech Day to everyone here and the audience listening on YouTube and Facebook Live. When we talk about crossroads, humanity as crossroads, I think understanding ourselves is the first step. Today, I'm going to share with you my journey in overcoming my self-sabotage. That little inner voice that keeps telling me that I'm not good enough. I'm sure you all have gone through this, and we go through this on a daily basis. Someone telling you, this is not for you. You can't do this. And that someone is not outside, that someone is inside, in your mind. And why does that happen? Because of conditioning that we have gone through, educational conditioning, that we have to be perfect to be good. And sometimes, because of roles that we take, we want to be that superhuman, the superwoman or the superman, trying to do everything that we can do, multitasking. And sometimes just the fear of not asking for help. I like to be independent. I don't want to ask for help. I don't know sometimes to ask for help. I think asking for help is a weakness. These are many, many reasons that we keep telling ourselves that we are not good enough. And because of that, we stop and reach our peak. I have gone through this many a times in my personal life and also at work. And because of that, I have had issues that sometimes make me feel very, very upset. But friends, today I'm going to share with you what are those little things that I'm doing. And hopefully you can follow too, to stop that inner voice telling you that you are not good enough. Someone telling you that you are an imposter, you can't do it. The first is the awareness of the thoughts and feelings. And when we become aware of our thoughts and feelings, then we can take an action. I like to use this mantra that I find has helped me from being always fearful of taking chances. And that is, I am enough. Very powerful words. When I tell myself I am enough, at whatever stage I am able to do something. I don't want to say, listen to what I'm telling inside. I just keep telling, I'm enough. At this point, I'm enough. And if I'm not enough, someone from outside will tell me, I don't need to tell myself that it is not enough. I keep telling myself, I am enough. And this has worked very well. And I would encourage all of you to try to say that I am enough. We all have the potential. It's just that we are scared to take the chance. And the other thing is to have a small data collection of small things that we can post, maybe a vision board to remind us of all our accomplishments. Because when we keep looking at it, oh, yes, someone called me a superhero, or, oh, I have done this. So when I look at it, it is a way of reminding myself that, yes, I do have the qualifications. I do have the accomplishments to do something new. So that when you constantly keep telling, this is basically a way to tell your subconscious, to tell your something that is inside that you are capable of doing. And this, the other thing that I do is sometimes when these thoughts come, I write it down and put it into a box. I call this an imposter box. It's only for myself, but I can always revisit. And when you write down something, in a way, you're letting go of it. And this is something that you can try to let go of those chatter that keeps telling you that you're not good enough. And if you want to revisit it, you can always visit it when you feel like opening that box to see what are all those talks that you had. But writing it down, whenever you have a thought saying that you're not good enough, just write down, what was that? And then when you put it into a box, you are actually putting it away so that it does not disturb you. And last but not the least, friends, we are having so many of us around us. Asking for help is very important. Asking for help does not mean that we are not good enough. Finding that friend who can give you that confidence that, yes, you can do it. These are little things that we can overcome to fight the imposter syndrome that we all face on a daily basis. I would encourage all of you today, let us take an oath to start accepting and embracing our capabilities. Over to you. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Wow, very good speech. Thank you very much, our speaker, Swana, for the wonderful speech. And indeed, we can drive the imposter away. And our very next speaker is a very young boy. He's only 16 years old, studying at the James World Academy. He loves to play basketball. His speech title will be Life in a VUCA World. Let us welcome our very next speaker, very promising speaker, Saikishan Subramaniam.
All right. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction, sir. Hello, everyone. I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my lessons and personal experiences on life under a VUCA world with all of you today. And these are lessons that I learned during the COVID period, which I strongly believe will help all of you. As an avid basketball player, I was really upset and disappointed that all the competitions were canceled because I felt that all my hard work was going to waste. But I can't travel back in time, and it's important to move forward. So to begin with, what is VUCA? Well, VUCA stands for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So without any further ado, let's get started. Firstly, the first lesson is I learned to embrace volatility with the vision. We shouldn't resist change, but rather embrace it and create goals that will help us in the present. So, as I mentioned before, as an avid basketball player for the past 7 years, I took the opportunity to work on skill and health related fitness because it would help me ensure that I stay and compete at a high level no matter what. In terms of transferable fitness skills, I decided to work on speed, and for health related fitness, I decided to improve on flexibility. To improve on these aspects, I did a lot of resistance training and running, which actually improved my speed and power, and at the same time I did a lot of stretching and foam rolling to loosen the muscles in my body. Eventually, this theory helped me become a better and competitive athlete. For example, I was so used to running on the treadmill before lockdown that when I began to run outdoors, my fitness level was bad. This is because the concrete is so rough, then therefore it really increases the resistance. And at certain periods and time of days, it's really windy and therefore it increases the resistance. And once I began running outdoors, I realized that I was able to move on the basketball court with more explosiveness and agility. Flexibility also has helped me because I was able to move on the court with ease and stability. Therefore, since we can't go back in time, please, everyone, move forward and deal with the situation that's in front of you. Secondly, the second lesson. In these complex and ambiguous times, the number of outdoor activities have reduced as well. Nevertheless, it's really important to give back to society and help those who have been badly hit by this COVID-19 pandemic. So, I decided to use this time to give back to society in any way possible. And along with a few friends from my school's student council, we did a virtual workshop at a special needs organization in Singapore called Rainbow Center with kids with special needs. I believe that the kids enjoyed themselves, and at the same time, I was able to do some self-reflection about how lucky I am to have functioning body parts with no problems at all. This helped me realize how grateful I should be for everything that I have, and you all should appreciate what you have before it's gone. When you are at the top of the mountain, it is important to always bow down to the process and remember the tough times, because when you begin to act arrogant or cocky, things go south. And the last lesson, I learned to react to uncertainty with understanding. Rather than thinking about the past and how it has affected us, it's important to think about next steps, right? And how we can become stronger individuals mentally. Therefore, I took the time during the pandemic to embrace failure and learn from my mistakes. I needed to switch gears from all the other extracurricular activities that I'm doing to the IGCSEs, which is an examination in grade 10. And these are certain details that would definitely help me get good grades. And there are certain details that would help me get good grades. Therefore, during this past academic year, I was looking at my previous work so that I don't make the same mistakes again. And yeah, I just want to make sure that I don't make the same mistakes again, and I'm able to improve on my work. Now, I have a question for all of you. How many of you know who Michael Jordan was? I mean, for those of you who don't know who he was, MJ was one of the greatest basketball players of all time who won 6 NBA championships and played at such a high level. He is one of my personal motivation. He's one of my personal motivations to wake up in the morning and play because of the fact that he had a winning mentality. From an interview, MJ said that he has 6 rings because he missed 9,000 shots. So he learned from specific mistakes in his shooting technique that helped him win. And this is the same logic that I am applying to. To conclude, rather than dwelling on the past and thinking about how COVID-19 has impacted our lives in a negative way, we should think about how this pandemic has given us time to help us improve on our capabilities and made us stronger individuals. We should also think about living in the moment and not stressing ourselves with the past or the future. I have left you guys with 3 important tips on how we can move forward. It is your choice and decision on how you may want to use them. I really apologize if you weren't able to understand what I was saying because my brain really functions at a really fast pace and I can't control the speed of my speech. Hope you all understand, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Back to you.
Very animated and dynamic presentation from our speaker, and I wish that I can speak as well as him when I was only 16 years old. Our very next speaker is a digital entrepreneur who embraces
Right, let us welcome our speaker, Lim Swee Kim. Lim Swee Kim.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Peter. Greetings, I'm Lim Swee Kim, and a good evening to you from Singapore. It is lovely to celebrate World Speech Day with all of you as we commit to creating a more equal and better world for all. Many of us know Sir David Attenborough, the natural historian and broadcaster, who had taught us about the importance of all living creatures. Sir David actually reminds me of my late father, Lim Hock Seng, who had passed away in 1996. And perhaps this is why I feel a strong affinity with Sir David's appeals to us to do more to protect our one and only planet Earth. We had taken so much from Mother Nature, especially in the last 100 years. And thankfully, during the COVID-19 pandemic, we have begun to realize how much natural resources, plants, animals, the human race had destroyed. We had many warnings about global warming and had seen crazy weather all over the world, resulting in fires and floods, and also tragically loss of life. So much human effort and monies have been spent on growing crops and rearing animals for meat, yet the yields disappointed because of droughts and diseases and natural disasters like earthquakes and tsunamis. Fortunately, some of us have been doing our best to build a healthy, sustainable planet for all. We congratulate the world's most green and climate-conscious countries, including Denmark, Luxembourg, Switzerland, France, Austria, and several more European countries. Denmark, for example, shows the most consistent, cutting-edge commitments towards clean and green climate change initiatives. It has long-standing policies and programs to protect public health, including the decrease of greenhouse gas emissions and the preservation of natural resources. The presence of wildlife in their forests and natural habitats is a clear indication of their successful green policies. In Asia, Japan leads the Sustainability Index with their reliable public transportation, clean water, renewable energy, and grid efficiency. The World Economic Forum reported that only 2.3% of Japan's population is exposed to unsafe drinking water. Singapore has the honor of being in second place in Asia. It performed well due to low air and water pollution, with efficient energy and transportation systems. I'm proud that Singapore also has the most efficient electric grid, with only 1.8% of its total electric power produced being lost. But Singaporeans still have a lot more work to do. We overconsume on petrol, food, and various other consumables due to poor old habits. For example, we need to increase our reliance on clean energy sources, such as renewable energy, which presently constitutes less than 2% of our total usage. Now, New Zealand is a clear leader in renewable energy, with 24.6% of its energy production in renewables. It is also a leader in air quality and green spaces. Did you know that it has an estimated 10 sheep to every New Zealander? But one area which all countries need to give higher attention to is our waste. We need to reduce our plastic waste. Guess which countries score poorly? Yep, it is Singapore, Japan, and New Zealand again. But this time, tops in the negatives. Plastic waste is very harmful to our ecosystems. It is the root of many of the world's problems affecting our sea creatures and also our soils. Many countries do not realize that the distribution of microplastics through our sewage systems is causing a huge danger to our water supplies and also animals in the sea. This is due to plastic particles from our garment fibers when we wash them, and they flow into the sewage and harm our soils and seas. Thus, we hope that everyone from all our communities around the world will turn this COVID-19 pandemic from a tragedy into an opportunity for us to reset, reorganize, and rebuild a better sustainable planet for ourselves by healing our one and only living planet and Mother Earth. Ms. Claire Chang, a dear friend from the Rotary Club of Suntec City and one of the founders of Banyan Tree, had begun her sustainability walk for more than 30 years now. We must continue this important walk for the sake of humanity and our living planet. The economic shutdown in many nations because of COVID-19 has resulted in a sharp drop in pollution levels and the return of wildlife. Thus, this lockdown year has provided us with a glimpse of what a sustainable planet we can be. Let us do more for our human race and ensure our lifestyles, policies, and practices, whether for business, community, or personal, result in a transformation towards a sustainable future, which is both economically and environmentally fit and strong. We can rebuild a healthy, sustainable planet for all. Thank you and enjoy your evening with us. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your wonderful speech, Swee Kim. I certainly learned a lot about sustainability. And our very next speaker is a sales trainer who desires to motivate others to be resilient in handling challenges. The speech title, Crossroads in Life. Let us welcome from Singapore our next speaker, Christina Tan.
Hi everybody, this is Christina from Singapore. World Speech Day's theme, Humanity at Crossroad. My topic is Life at Crossroad. During this pandemic period, lives have been impacted. Many have lost their jobs, and some even their lives. So what are we faced with? Job losses, increasing debts, relationship tension, financial strain, and mounting pressures. What about yourself? Have you lost your income streams? Are you trying to look for a job but doesn't seem to have anything in sight? So what do you do in the meantime? Are you open to look at other income revenue streams? Look at what you have now instead of what you don't. No one knows when the pandemic will end, and no one knows when the next job will come. Do you have skill sets? Do you have hobbies that you are good at, such as cooking, bakery? What about painting, photography, or even writing? Are you able to capitalize on the digital media or social media platform to monetize your skills? Would you consider picking up entrepreneurship skill sets so that you can start a low-cost home-based business? How about being a YouTuber, TikToker, Instagrammer, ebook author, or even be a podcaster or an online trainer to share about your skill sets, expertise, and experience and monetize what you are good at? Would you even consider being a sales associate? Because most companies look for salespeople to increase their revenue. How about being open to consider financial advisory role, a property agent, and even telemarketer? In Singapore, an air stewardess and her designer husband have turned it into a home-based business, improvising their mom's fried prawns fritters. In fact, during this trying period, many low-cost home-baked bakeries have also sprung up. Pandemic or not, economic crisis or not, we will face life's crossroad some point in time due to various situations. Look at J.K. Rowling, the author of Harry Potter. She was in a tough situation, neither a pandemic period or economic crisis. As a single destitute mom on welfare services, raising a baby, she today has a 1.2 billion net worth. And that was truly an inspiring story from rag to riches. How about Janine Alice, who started Boost Juice in her humble kitchen in year 2000? Today, she has a footprint over 13 countries with a turnover of 315 million. Looking closer at home is Bangawang Solo, started by Anastasia Liu, baking Indonesian delicacies in her unauthorized public apartment. She too started humbly in her little kitchen with 45 outlets island-wide in Singapore with a turnover of 35 million. You may ask, this is a humongous number. How can I ever achieve that? May I remind you, they too started with a very humble beginning. The world is evolving towards a gig economy. Due to the uncertainty of the pandemic, bosses, employees, and companies are looking for part-time workers, temporary staff, freelancers, or outsourced contractors. They are no longer opening up permanent roles. And look at US itself. About 1/3 of the workforce is in some form of gig economy. This number, magnified by the pandemic, is going to continue to rise. The security of a stable job with a regular income is going to be soon a thing of the past. For myself, I have moved out from my comfortable sales leader role to start a sales training and coaching business. And that was before the pandemic started. What about you? Would you learn new skill sets? Would you sharpen your current skill sets? Would you change mindset and open your eyes to different opportunities available? Sorry, do I start all over again? I do? I start all over again?
Start from the crossroads.
Oh, okay, so I got muted. Okay, the last part, which is the punch part. This is a crossroad sign if you drive. So multiply your opportunities and cross out negative thoughts. Be positive and add on to new possibilities. So let's charge through life crossroad. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. What a wonderful speech by our speaker, Christina. And definitely I have gained new ideas how to monetize my skill sets in the digital economy. Wow, fantastic. I'm very excited right now. And our very next speaker is an entrepreneur, speaker, and coach who helps people to unlock the power of perspectives. The speech title, The End is the Beginning. The End is the Beginning. Our speaker from Singapore, Rafia Sultana. Hi, you may begin.
Hello. Hi. Can I start?
Hi, Rafia. Yes, you may start.
Thank you. The new perspective. The end is a new beginning. Every home, every heart, in every part of this world have stories of pain at the crossroads of struggles, loss, fears, and death with the impact of pandemic in 2020. Yet, we have stories of survival, strength, and resilience. It was possible only because of the power of humanity. We all are collectively working to help each other to survive and thrive with the whole new perspectives of life. Year 2020 once again proved that humanity is not an option, but a priority to survive. I'm Rafia Sultana, speaker and coach from Singapore. And I'm not an exception. I have lost my loved ones too. And here are the 3 life-changing lessons that I learned through the loss of my loved ones that helped me to survive and thrive for positive change in my life. Primarily with acceptance. As Einstein says, we cannot solve the problem with the same kind of mindset that we created it. Of course, it is the impact of pandemic. Nobody wanted this pain or fears that they're going through with this pandemic. But is this okay just to say to the people, just be positive, everything is going to be okay? Because it's not. Because the pain is real, the fear is real. We cannot tell a family member to stay positive when they are at the crossroads of losing their family member and survival. We cannot tell an employee when he's at the crossroads of leaving his job. So what we can do? What I can share, what I did. I let myself to go through the pain by acceptance. I know it's not so easy, as I say, it's a process. But if we really want to heal from inside and be with a positive state of mind so that we can help our loved ones, we have no option but to accept the reality as it is. As we know, there are 5 stages of acceptance. There are 5 stages of grief that we are going through. It is denial, anger, depression, bargaining, then comes an acceptance. So acceptance is the door for a change. Acceptance is the door to invite a new beginning in our life with the whole new perspective. And how we can do that? There are many different ways. But with the given time, for me, the fastest method is having a gratitude. Gratitude about what is already there in your hands. The people who are already there in your life, the opportunities that you are still having. If you have a bread, butter, and if you have a shelter, you are still can be in your gratitude. The more grateful you are, the more you can continue the positive state of mind, which can lead to help you to invite a positive changes. The second point is mind shift. What is mind shift? How to shift our focus from pain to possibilities that can bring positive change in our lives. And that is by changing our perspectives. We must understand the fact that as long as we are in the victim mode, our mind cannot find solutions. We need to find solutions because we are still alive and there are people in our life to take care. There are responsibilities in our life to take care. So we need to find solutions to survive and thrive, to bring positive change in our life and also for the people who are in every other person in your life. So I had my background where at some point of time, when I hit the rock bottom, I wanted to end my life. But that was the end of one chapter of my life. Fast forward today, 10 years, I have built a career as a coach and speaker where I now help others to live an abundant and purposeful life. So how did I make this happen? I did this through an astronaut's perspective. I call it as an astronaut's perspective. I'm not an astronaut. I did not live my dream of being an astronaut, but through my journey of transformation, I realized that it is possible to gain an astronaut's perspective without traveling to space. You see, the key to my transformation was unlocking this ability to take myself out of my current situation and view my world from an entirely different perspective, just as astronauts do. I have learned that we cannot see the full picture until we can step outside the frame of negativity. And we cannot solve our problems with the same kind of thinking that we created them, as Einstein quotes. So this to me is an astronaut's perspective. With an astronaut's perspective, you can stop seeing just the problems and start finding the possibilities for growth. And ladies and gentlemen, just like I found, to gain an astronaut perspective, I promise you, you don't need to fly into space. All that it takes is believe that you are much more than your pain, fears, and failures. Believe in yourself because you can. And the third lesson that I learned is empathy. After having an 8 years of journey of my self-discovery and self-mastery, I thought that I'm immune to any kind of pain that comes in my life, because I thought I created a support system that I can help myself to get out of whatever pain that comes in my way, in my journey. but that's not true. Due to pandemic, when I lost my loved ones, I realized I'm not an exception. This pain is real. No matter what technique, no matter what tool that I apply to myself, I have to go through this pain to get out of it. So the biggest realization for me is I am not immune, and nobody can be immune to any kind of pain and grief unless they prioritize their physical, mental, and emotional health as a primary priority, as equally as the professional and personal goals. I was busy reaching my goals. I was busy running to achieve my milestones, but I left behind my physical, mental, and emotional health. I was helping others, but I did not help myself. So when I lost the loved ones, it hit me so hard. I could not focus. It felt like my heart and mind and soul is not in alignment with each other. I had to stop everything. So I took a break of 4 months. I took a digital detox journey for 4 months where I learned amazing lessons. So empathy with yourself is important. Empathy with others is equally important, because when you nurture and plant the seeds of empathy, you are being more creative to find solutions for others. Because in the end, all that matters is how we care for each other, but not how we survive, how we compete with each other. Let us help each other to survive the pain and try for positive change. You can go back and change. You cannot go back and change the beginning, but you can start where you are and change the ending to invite a new beginning with a whole new perspective. Because the end is a new beginning for positive change when we are open to life experiences with open mind and a grateful heart. We all are together in this. If you are going through the grief and pain, I am here to help you. Please do not hesitate to reach out for help. Please do not hesitate to ask for help, maybe from your family members, from your community, from your workspace, anywhere, but please reach out for help and deal with the pain rather than distracting yourself from the pain. If you need my help, I am here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to our speaker, Rafia, for showing us how to be resilient in such a difficult moment. Thank you so much. So our very next speaker is an experienced human resource professional who helps others to discover and transform into better versions of themselves. And her speech title is My Leadership Growth Through the Pandemic. My Leadership Growth Through the Pandemic. Let us welcome our speaker from Singapore, Dong Mai Chin.
Hi, everyone. And this Ching's based in Singapore. So tonight, I'm here to present my speech on my leadership growth or journey during the pandemic. Now, looking back on 2020, it was a year of reflections, awakenings, and resiliency for all of us, wasn't it? Our traditional pathways of success was quickly made uncertain by the COVID-19 pandemic. While the year 2020 taught me many lessons, as leaders, we all strive to be transparent, build authentic connections, and demonstrate courage with others. In the journey to become an effective leader, I have learned that leading through empathy and compassion can go a long, long way in my leadership journey. You may ask me, what is empathy and compassion in leadership? Well, I personally believe that it is the ability to acknowledge the emotional impact, to offer open communications and build deep emotional connections with others, to infect others with your positive energy and show them how much you care about them. It's all about putting aside business as usual measures and stepping up by having honest and tough conversations around people needs, such as childcare, mental health, financial burdens, so on and so forth, to connect with them deeply at the human level. Now, deep human level connections require a deep understanding of what really motivates people around us so that we can quickly address issues, put ideas and resources in place to support their well-being. I learned that having genuine compassion for others starts with having compassion for myself. It involves acting the same way towards myself when I am having a difficult time, suffer, fail, or notice something I don't like about myself. Now, imagine if I am overloaded and out of balance. It's impossible for me to help others find their balance. I remember the pandemic hit Singapore last March 2020. It was when I took time at home to clear my leave, my annual leave. And soon after, I received a notice that we were not to return to the office. It was then my work and life changed and never be the same as it was. I started to fear and panic about my future, the future of my loved ones. I felt hopeless, depressed for being locked down here with uncertainties. If I could travel back to Vietnam to see my mom, as I did not know how to manage works and life at home, my usual days got longer with the missings of movement, human interactions. I was overwhelmed and struggled to find my balance back. It was a turning point when my mental and physical health got worse and I had to seek doctor's consultations. As there was many why questions run through my head, I started to realize that I could not change the reality by blaming myself for what have happened, but to accept it. I finally woke up and took actions to transform my lifestyle, take care of my own health more, instead of fighting against stress, fluctuations, and self-criticism. I set boundaries for my work and life, getting quality sleep, taking breaks during the day, working out, and control my diet with taking health supplement. Now, looking back, I was glad that I did it right to transform myself through this difficult time, to become happier with full positive energy by letting go of self-criticisms for what I could have done differently. Most importantly, I have compassion for myself and give myself kindness and care. And I really want all of you here to know that we all learn and we continue to learn from each other. When the going get tough, the tough gets going. As women, we naturally show our compassion and empathy to others, but to ourselves. So to all the men and women out there, you are deserved to have compassion for yourself, listen and care for yourself, be kind to yourself so that you can continue to extend your care and kindness to others and inspire others, people around you with your compassion. Now that is humanity. There will be many hard days, weeks, and months ahead. Things will not always go the way we want them to. You will encounter fluctuations, losses. You will make mistakes, bump up against your limitations, fall short of your ideals. This is a human condition, a reality shared by all of us. The more you listen to yourself and care for yourself, the more you will be able to feel and lead others through compassion. As you honor and accept your humanness, you can make the world better by making yourself a better person. Thank you so much for this opportunity for me to come out and share my story with you. So back to you, the host.
All right, thank you very much to our speaker, Mai Chin, for reminding us a very powerful message to be kind to ourselves and to be kind to others as well. Thank you so much. And our very next speaker is a business consultant who supports youths at risk. The speech title, Skills for the New Decade. Let us welcome our speaker from Singapore, Mark Lee.
Mic check. All is good. Right. Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on which part of the world you're from. My name is Mark Barbers. I'm glad to be here in this World Speech Day. Thanks to the organizers and thanks for having me. And it's an honor to be the first gentleman this evening in Singapore. So my name is Mark and I'm glad to share with you this title of my speech today, Skills for the New Decade. It's not too long ago that we just put 2020 behind us. And we just moved into 2021. And just in case you didn't know, we actually moved into a new decade. Yes, 2021 is actually a new decade. I believe there'll be a lot of excitement despite the COVID-19 that will cause somewhat of a challenge. That brings to me a 4-letter bad word. I think it was mentioned by an earlier speaker. This 4-letter bad word is really VUCA. Volatile, uncertainty, complex, and ambiguous. Yes, we are going to go into a new normal that awaits us, not just in the way we live, but really in our work as well, especially as a new professional. So that is why I'm proposing this topic on the new competencies that new professionals will need as we progress beyond COVID-19. Even the World Economic Forum has proposed 10 skills that we need to learn to be ready for 2025. And even the Singapore Skills Future, which is the government agency in charge of learning in Singapore, has proposed 16. So I want to advocate 10 foundational competencies that youths and those who are coming to the workforce need to have to prepare themselves as they progress into either employment or entrepreneurship. And that is a new normal that we gotta look forward to. And why are these skills important? Because we are going to be working through the internet. We are going to be working through this little pinhole here. We are going to be working across cultures. And therefore, I want to propose one of the many 10 competencies that I mentioned in my white paper, and that is about culture. So cultural intelligence, cultural quotient. This is proposed by Dr. David Livermore. And culture is so important because we are working in the global village right now. And very often we come in touch with several people from different countries. And being in Singapore, I feel very blessed because we are a melting pot of nations and cultures. And it's very easy for us in Singapore to connect. But in my experience living in other countries, in Philippines and in India, it is a bit different. And let me share with you an anecdote, an experience I had that it's a bit of a cool experience. This is what happened when I was very young and stupid. Yes, stupid back then. Now, I was in India, Chennai to be exact. And I was in the office. I was doing some work there. And I was expecting a guest. So I was doing some work. My hands became dirty with ink because I was fixing the printer. And suddenly my guest came in. She was early. Yes, it was a her. So when she walked in the office, being a typical young kid in Singapore, I would say, hi. I greeted her. I reached out my left hand to her because my right hand was dirty with some ink. Guess what? She gave me a hard stare. She scolded me in some words that I couldn't understand, and she turned around and walked out. I went like, what the hell just happened? So I asked from friends, and I discovered that I was very rude to offer my left hand, because in India and in many Muslim countries as well, offering a left hand is a very rude gesture, because in these countries they use the right hand to eat and left hand to wipe. If you do not know what that means, go ask your parents or someone who's a Muslim and let them explain to you. So you see, cultural intelligence and cultural knowledge is extremely important. And let me share one more ethic. This is in Malaysia. not too far from Singapore. I run events for companies and schools, and there was this event that I did, and I got my staff to write names in different colored pens because we want to get them into groups as an activity. And lo and behold, one of the color happened to be red. And when a particular participant picked up the name tag in red, he started creating a fuss because names in red means that the person is dead. So that was another cultural shock for me, despite being so close. But like I said, then I was young and stupid. So now I've matured, I've wisened up, and I really want to share that cultural intelligence is extremely important in the 21st century as we progress to beyond COVID-19, because as we work in a small global village, we want to be effective, we want to be efficient, and we want to be respectful. So cultural intelligence is something we really need. So as the world works towards recovering from pandemic, I call upon nations, I call upon NGOs, schools, particularly youth who are preparing to join the workforce or who are keen to be entrepreneurs, to embrace and learn cultural intelligence, raise their cultural quotient, not just IQ, EQ, bring on the CQ as well. Raise the cultural quotient and all other 9 competencies towards a better future so that they can future-proof themselves. And I look forward to working with you and your team as well. So this is Mark Barbas, also known as Data Protection Pal, signing off, and I'll see you real soon. Be good and be safe.
Wow, thank you very much. Fascinating story about cultural intelligence. Thanks so much for sharing these wonderful stories. All right, our very next speaker is a resilience coach and dance fitness instructor, and she's very passionate. The speech title is My Struggles in My Weight Loss Journey. Let us welcome our speaker from Singapore, Natalie Nancy Tan.
Hi, everyone. This is Natalie. Thank you for having me. Looking at me, most people would not believe that I have some medical issues. I was diagnosed with hypertension and hyperthyroid in September 2019. Through proper dieting and exercising, I managed to clear both conditions by 2019. Unfortunately, during the lockdown in April 2020, I gained 6 kilos. And when classes resumed in July, I remember my students gasped when they saw my figure. I heard whispers like, did you put on weight? Gosh, look at her tummy. She doesn't have that back then. I tried to make light of it after hearing it, but deep inside, I was ashamed of myself. How did I ever let this happen? I am that tough fitness instructor who is a mini powerhouse that everyone is trying to emulate. I'm strong, I'm resilient, I'm invisible. I'm an imposter. I hate myself. Physically, I look not much different than a little bit chubby, but mentally, it took a toll on me. On the surface, I'm still the cheerful, optimistic, tough dance fitness instructor that many love, but deep inside, I felt depressed. I locked myself away from everyone. I refused to socialize. I refused to take pictures of myself, and I functioned on autopilot. Sometimes, even when I was teaching, I was not present. I was in self-denial. Because of imposter syndrome, I refused to speak to anyone about it. I refused to face the reality that I needed professional help. So during classes, I behaved anyone would expect me to behave. Funny, encouraging, motivating, strong, resilient, you name it. But when I'm alone, I wallow in self-pity. I choose to escape instead of facing my weight issues. And many times I wanted to cry to make myself better, but there were no tears, just numbness. When I snapped out of it, I would chide myself for having a pity party, and I'll beat myself up. I'll drop action plans only to fall back to that depressed state again. It was a vicious cycle. Can you imagine my internal struggles and conflicting emotions I face on a daily basis? Last straw came when I had a relapse in hypothyroid, September 2020. It was merely a year later. On top of that, I'm also dealing with bloating issues and indigestion problem for a few years. And this is a wake-up call for me. I've decided that I've enough self-pity. I want to do something, anything to help me to gain back my health. So I decided to get in touch with my personal trainer. The exercises were hard initially, but the real challenge was the meal plan. I had to cut sugar and processed carbs. Unhealthy snackings as well, which I didn't know I had formed unconsciously throughout the years. Snacks like apple pies, fries, cakes, chocolates. Sounds familiar, right? It was a hellish time trying to cut down sugar, trying to read the labels, counting calories, eating clean and healthy. I would have salad every evening as my dinner for the first 1 to 2 months. And many times I want to give up. I ask myself, why would I want to torture myself like that? I mean, do I really want to live like this? Is this even sustainable in the long run? Besides learning to eat right and healthily, teaching high-intensity classes is also a challenge with my extra weight. Because I'm used to featherweight, I'm used to fast and agile. Now, with the extra weight, it takes a lot for me to jump and squat, and I pant a lot easier, and the laziness just kicked in after warm-up, and I just feel very tired. My weight loss journey begins in October 2020. Till date is a little bit more than 4 months. And through this process, I learned to be honest with myself, face my fears, knowing that it is okay not to be okay. I learned that there is nothing to be ashamed of in seeking help, regardless of what others have labeled me with. Most importantly, I learned to love myself more. The mental and emotional obstacles I face are way more challenging than just losing my weight, even though I'm not where I need to be, but I'm not where I used to be. In closing, I'm glad I choose to challenge myself to be better body, mind, and spirit. Through this process, I came to realize you are what you think, and I challenge you to unleash yourself from a limiting self-belief. You are the inspiration you are waiting for. Thank you for allowing me to share my humble journey with you. Aspire to inspire. I'll see you again. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much for the very inspirational story. And we are so glad that you managed to overcome your challenges and emerge stronger. Our very next speaker wants to inspire and uplift married couples to restore their broken relationships. The speech title, Communication with Love, Building an Intimate Relationship. Our speaker comes from Singapore. Let us welcome Theresa Chong.
Hi everyone, my name is Theresa Chong. I'm passionate about enriching women's life, helping women to regain their self-confidence so that they could be financially and emotionally independent, so that they could be a strong support to their husband, and of course, a happy marriage. My speech of tonight is Communicating with Love, Building an Intimate Relationship. While I was enjoying the feast during the Chinese New Year dinner with the companion of my husband and children, I felt sorry for those children who had to choose to either have their reunion dinner with only the daddy or the mommy who have been divorced. Reports show that there is a sharp increase in number of divorce cases during and after the lockdown. 10 years ago, while I was at the T-junction wondering if I should end my marriage, which I was not happy. I was sitting at the couch, looking at the starry night, yet felt so empty. I looked at my son, who was 1 year old at that time, sleeping soundly next to my husband. I did not know why, but I felt jealous. I thought the arrival of my son has grabbed the most attention and love from my husband. I felt being isolated. 10 years forward, I knew I made the right choice of choosing not to leave my marriage. Many has changed since then. My relationship with my husband has improved a lot, and my character has changed as well. Today, I would like to share a message. There is still hope, even if you are experiencing bitterness, coldness, or harshness in your marriage right now. Many have wondered, how do we improve our relationship with our spouse when it has already turned sour? Can the broken vase that has been shattered be patched back? Our minds have always been wired to pick up the mistakes of others, including the flaws in their personalities or characters. To change this, we first need to move ourselves from a selfish to a selfless attitude. When I attended my marriage counseling session 10 years ago, I was telling the counselor tons of the flaws in my husband's characters that he needed to change. I was hoping that the counselor agreed with me and stood by me. Luckily, she did not. If not, I would have not salvaged and thrived in my marriage today. As professionally as she could, she showed me I should first change myself. Of course, at that time, I did not understand why. Since then, I have learned Gary Chapman's 5 love languages. I began to realize it is more effective to speak other people's love languages. Instead of focusing on the negativity and the feeling of not being loved, I observed and pushed myself to speak my husband's love languages. It was not easy. It was hard, in fact. As I thought I wanted to give up at that time, I started to notice the change in my husband's response. That encouraged me to keep walking on my journey. You might say, that's you, Teresa. I have no feeling for my spouse anymore. I do not love him or her anymore. No, no, no. Love is an action. It's not a feeling. Do not drive by our emotions or our feelings, because there are times that our moods swing. Go and love our spouse each day. Take baby steps each day. Hold on to the marriage vow and persevere. Be it a simple act of service or a word of encouragement or a hug before leaving for work. All this would deposit the love into the love bag again and revive the love. I hope my message today inspired you to take a small action to work towards your marriage goal. Thank you. My name is Teresa.
All right, thank you very much, Teresa, for your wonderful message and for all these many tips on how we can build a very strong and resilient marriage with our partner. So thank you very much, wonderful speech. Our very next speaker is a real estate agent who has overcome depression towards motivating others to make things happen in their lives. The title of the speech, What Am I Grateful For in This Pandemic? Let us welcome our speaker from Singapore, Anna Ng.
Hi everyone, I'm Anna Ng from Client-Centric Property. I'm a podcaster, a co-author, as well as an online real estate agent, right? So I'm also a mother of 2 beautiful girls and a wife to a lovely husband. Okay, so my sharing today is what am I grateful for in this COVID period? To be frank, when I chose this title, I was thinking this is an irony because in this COVID, when it first started last year, we lost our mother-in-law who was very dear and close to us in just a matter of 1.5 months. She didn't die of COVID-19. She died because of a sudden exploration to know that she actually got lung cancer stage 4. Of course, when the news came to us, we couldn't take it and we thought perhaps chemotherapy is the way to go. And so we encouraged her. Until today, most of us are still feeling like regretful, guilty. Is this really the best way out for her? Because it seems that once you go on chemotherapy and things don't go well, the life seemed to have been shortened in just 1.5 months, and everything, all the joy that she had inside her life was taken away from her and away from us. She didn't say much to me. She only said good things about me. But towards the very end, I expected her to say something like, you know, you should be like that, you should be like that. But she didn't. What she only said to me was, Anna, be a good mother to your children. I was thinking, since my girls went to primary 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, she has been the pillar of my life, our family, taking care of my children. All I did was every time before I get out of my house, I'll give her a squeeze on her shoulders, give her a hug or a kiss and say, Mother, you're my clone for the day. Please take care of my children well. And I'm going out to work, and that's it. I'll be appearing at my house close to midnight after meeting all the clients, all my appointments, chasing after targets, after money, after all the awards and glory that I want for myself. For the past many years, I was a mother, but not really a mother. In fact, the real mother was my mother-in-law, a mother to my children in my absence, and a mother to me. After she passed away, I think very hard to myself how fragile life could really be it someone contracted COVID-19 or even someone got lung cancer. Doctors just say, oh, she got terminal stage of lung cancer, stage 4, and that's it. It was announced, and 1.5 months, everything was gone. So I felt life is really short. What am I working so hard for? We can't bring the money to the next life. We can't bring the awards to the next life. I can't bring anything. What is there left for me? Why are we working so hard for? And in this COVID, we're actually forced to stay at home during the lockdown period. And most times we feel even more painful to think about the times she spent with us, and we don't really have even that few minutes to talk to her or even enjoy much with her or to bring her to her favorite restaurant, you know. So, and this period of COVID, why am I grateful for it? Is because this period allowed me to slowly think about what's so important in life to all of us. Is it family? Is it the awards I want to stand on stage where everybody whom I do not really know well to clap below on the stage for me and say, oh, Anna, you're doing so well? Or is it more to really focus on the family, to give that kind of quality time where I really can look into their eyes whenever they're talking to me, smile, and really hold that gaze. And even with my husband, give him a peck on the cheek every morning when he sets off for work. Or prepare nice dishes for the family to enjoy and have funny little conversations we really would like to have at the dining table every time. Just spend it 1 or 2 hours on dinner. Or running around amok for the customers, running the errands, which actually they can do themselves, but I want to do it value added. So there is a balance that I'm trying to hold right here. And in this COVID, I'm grateful because I decided to do something really for ourselves. I spend more time with my children. I do more dishes. I do more things bonding with my family. For my girls, my husband. And during this period, I discovered that, hey, I really want to be an author. And so I became a co-author in the book, Voices of Courage. I want to be a podcaster, and so I became a podcaster. I want to record, leave a legacy for me, my children, my family. I want to do a lot of cooking channels on YouTube, and I did. I did about 20 over episodes. I want to be a trainer. I asked for the chance in ERA. Give me the chance to be a trainer. I want to be a trainer on how to do FB Live, which I have been doing 100 over series. So all of this I achieved. I didn't stand on stage to get awards I always wanted last time, but I got all the things that's close to my heart, to give love to the people I love, to give time to the people I care, and to give concern for my friend who's maybe about to commit suicide because she told me her husband just committed suicide and she's left with a small baby. And because of all this, I decided to put my time for. I found it's even more meaningful. It's even more meaningful to save lives. It's even more meaningful to uplift. It's even more meaningful to motivate my children, to let them know that mommy can do all this. And it's not at the expense of others, it's at the expense of myself, my time, my effort, my love, my passion. And now, I want to share with you, have you smelt the roses in this COVID-19? And if you haven't, well, I have. So please go ahead and try. Thank you.
Oh, very fantastic story. Thank you so much for inspiring us to be who we want to be and to go out there and pursue our dreams and share our love with people around us. And thank you so much. Wonderful message. Our very next speaker is a lover of life who gives her heart to repay what life has given her. Speech title, Time is Our Only Financial Plan. Time is our only financial plan. Our speaker comes from Singapore. Let us welcome our speaker, Gayatri Subhash.
The only reason for time is so that everything doesn't happen at once. I was on the verge of breaking up. One more time, 99 times of trying, I'm sure I can do it. I went one more time and I failed. Yes, I caved in to the voice of fear inside me that told me, you can't do it, Gayatri, you can't do it. And then there was a little voice, but a very strong urge, my mentor's voice, my accountability partners, my sisterhood that I openly declared to them when I wanted to achieve that goal. I forgot all about them because I was focusing on not being able to achieve than wanting to achieve. And that voice told me, give time, fully. So I gave time. I went one more time, my 100th time to try to achieve this goal. So ladies and gentlemen, do you think I succeeded? Nope, I didn't. I had to try 15 times before I actually succeeded and got the goal that I wanted. I gave time. And it opened my mind like a parachute. It gave me perspective, driving me to wisdom. It brought my discrimination to intellect than the emotion of pains and gains. My timeless greetings to my loving family over here. My name is Gayatri. I'm a wealth manager and I help people grow the money and protect it. I'm an Indian classical dancer who dances to keep myself virus-free, and I am a mother of 2. Completely time-strapped. So I realized as a mom, time can be a healer and time can also be a stealer. So my question to all of you is, one simple realization. How did all these beautiful speakers before me gain their riches, gain their success stories? How did they use their one non-renewable resource, time? What's your definition of time? How do you define yourself with time? How do you treat time in good times and in bad times? That almost rhymes. While you're pondering on this thought, I just wanted to give you a quick perspective on time. To realize the value of 1 year, ask a student who has just failed a grade. To realize the value of 1 month, ask a mother who has given birth to a premature baby. To realize the value of 1 week, ask the editor of a weekly newspaper. To realize the value of 1 day, ask a person who was born on February 29th. To realize the value of 1 hour, ask the lovers who are waiting to meet. To realize the value of 1 minute, ask a person who just missed the train. Realize the value of 1 second, ask the person who has just avoided an accident. And to realize the value of 1 millisecond, ask the person who has won a silver medal in the Olympics. I realized in order to be successful in any area of your life, you need to master this timeless resource, time. Now, time management is easier said than done. And like anything great you'll ever accomplish, the hardest step is to begin. Now, there are many art and science of time management. I'm going to touch on just the 3 things that I learned when I was diving deep into this topic. The very first thing is intention. Don't do anything without thinking the why behind it. Anything, even your breakfast, even your lunch, even your dinner. All these successful people who walked the path before us, they seem to have a very clear intention of why they do what they do. And this seems to be the mantra behind time management: intention, clarity. You have to know what you want and the best way to achieve it. And I see this same ringing tone with all the powerful stories that I've heard so far. They are so clear of why they want what they want, and they know the best way to achieve it. Clarity gives you power, power gives you confidence, and confidence leads into all the small, small decisions that you make so well. In the end, you have big changes in life. And the third, last thing that I have realized, the common thread is authenticity. You don't get pulled into people's stuff that doesn't serve you well. Having that authenticity of knowing that you are the best in whatever you do, you are good the way you are, you don't need to treat yourself different, gives you a great clarity in how you treat time. Even the most smallest thing: intention, clarity, authenticity. So before I end the speech, I wish you well. Be all what you can be, not half or quarter. Be all you can be in every precious moment of your life. This is the time of your life. The time is now, and own it.
Wow, thank you very much for the timeless principles. I really enjoyed your speech very much. Our very next speaker is a sales manager in an IT company, and her speech title is "Life Has No Limitations, and all you need to do is to believe yourself." Our next speaker comes from Singapore. Let us welcome Stephanie Song.
Thank you very much, Gran Hong. The pandemic last year brought a lot of unexpected challenges to the world, and facing such big crisis in human history got us thinking about ourselves and what kind of life we want to have. We regret that there are many things that we didn't do and many places we didn't go, and we really wish we have done more, especially during the lockdown period. Many people lost their jobs last year. Although my company is doing very good, the pandemic situation still made me feel so insecure. And then I started to think about my career plan and the dreams I have. Life have no limitations is the biggest lesson I learned. I wanted to go back to school to learn and improve my leadership skills since many years ago. But I was busy at work and the kids were too young, so there were always lots of excuses. Changes can be made immediately. One day I called the leadership development program I always wanted to go, and I was told there were only 7 days to the deadline, and within 7 days I need to take one online test and go for one interview. Otherwise, I have to wait for the next year. I know the program has very high standards, but I decided not to quit until I tried. So I told myself I can do it within 7 days. One thing I know, problem-solving skills is firstly an attitude issue. So when we were determined and motivated, we would be very creative and we will work very hard for it. But prepare for the test and the interview really require a lot of effort. So I made a preparation plan and actually more about how to manage and use my time, especially I have a full-time job. Before the pandemic, I would think it is a mission impossible because last year I wanted so much because it will be very, very helpful for my career development, and I believe I can get the offer and then I have to get it. Magic happened because the more you believe in yourself, the easier it will be. I only slept 5 hours a day during that period, but still woke up very energetically. I use every second I can to prepare for it. And on the actual day, I do wish I had more time to prepare for it, but I was not nervous at all because I know I have tried my best. Today, I want to share with you that I got the offer and I'm very happy for it. And the term started in September this year. Sometimes we thought we would never achieve anything. So we never actually stop to give it a try. Or sometimes we don't want to leave our comfort zone. I want to tell you that you have a beautiful life. Don't let anyone else to decide your life. Trust yourself and believe in yourself. Don't underestimate yourself. And all you need to do is to initiate your first step and put the effort. And the result will always surprise you. I hope what I shared today will inspire you too. Thank you very much.
Wow, great speech. Thank you very much, Stephanie, for the wonderful speech. I feel very charged up and motivated right now. Our very next speaker is a mindset intervention coach who empowers individuals, especially youths, to create breakthroughs in their lives. The speech title, Rise to Lead. Our speaker comes from Singapore. Let us welcome Raihana Abdullah.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can.
Let me start by asking everyone, how many of you have been a youth before? I can see some hands up. There should be everyone's hands up. All right, okay. So, and how many of you felt you were awkward, you were uneasy, and you felt, you know, not in the right place? How many of you felt that way when you were a youth? Yeah, I know I did. Yeah, a lot of you as well. So, I'm Raihana and I'm a mindset intervention coach. And I'm very, very passionate about working with youths and children. Why? With 1.8 billion youths in the world today, we are at the stage where they are the most largest majority of population in the world. And what are we doing to empower them, to give them the ability to think, to be creative, to expand our world? And at this moment, the youth of today are not like what our generation went through. They are brilliant, they are sharp, they have all the hands, the technology, the savviness, they have everything in their hand, and they have the power to create beautiful, wonderful things. At the state of the world that is now, we are with leaders who do not know how to lead. Some of us, not all. And we are at a stage where we do not know where the world will going to be in the next 5, 10, 15, 50 years. Who is going to take over the world from us? The youth, of course. They are going to be the next generation. And shouldn't they be the ones that we should empower so that they can lead us and they can bring us out away from the crossroads that we are at right now? We are at a crossroads. Humanity is at a crossroads. We are facing many different problems. Poverty, education. In 100 years, we still haven't been able to eradicate these problems. We still haven't been able to come up with solutions to empower the women, the children. Still, 1 million of the children are not educated. They don't go to schools. They don't have the proper facilities. They have to end up working. So this is the population of the people that we really need to work with, to empower them. How else are we going to create beautiful, wonderful leaders? How else are we going to create a beautiful, wonderful world if we do not empower the next generation of leaders? So as a community, as a humanity, as a race, we need to empower the youth. And they can do so much for us by educating them, by giving them the empowerment through education, to give them the skills they need, to give them the chance and the opportunity to become creative leaders, to give them an opportunity to be able to do something in the world. And the youth of the world are doing so many things. There's one youth all the way in Alaska fighting for clean water for her people, for her village, for her town. You know, there are people fighting for human rights, for women's right to be educated. There are youths who are fighting for eradicating plastics in Bali. So we are seeing the kind of youth that we want to see. We need to empower more of these youths. And we need to do that now. We need to provide them the opportunity, the right education, the right skills, and the right kind of mentality to be able to take this world on. And I'm really passionate about working with youth. And I want the whole global community to empower this generation so that they can lead us into the next generation and lead the next generation forward to build a better, beautiful, wonderful world that we want to live in and we want our next generation to live in. So that's what my message is for today, youth empowerment. I'm really passionate about that. And I'm sure a lot of people in our group are especially passionate about empowering these youth of the world. So thank you, that's my message for today on World Speech Day. Youth empowerment is the way to lead humanity away and beyond what it is capable of being. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
All right, thank you very much to our speaker Raihana for the very empowering speech. Wow, I have enjoyed myself tremendously. I think all the speakers were fantastic. Thank you very much for giving such wonderful and well-prepared speeches. So I will be signing off as your MC for now, right? And I will be your speaker for the next speech.
Let me introduce you to the next speaker. And the next speaker is none other than our MC himself, Tan Kwan Hong, and he is going to speak to you about doing business in Asia. Over to you, Kwan Hong.
All right, thank you very much to Peter for introducing my speech. Wow, thanks so much. Peter has been a very key person in the Anobi group, doing lots of miracles. And in fact, this is one of the miracles he has created. So, by the way, I'm Kwan Hong. I'm from Singapore. I am the MC just now, and I'm here to deliver to you a speech doing business in Southeast Asia. Now, this topic is a little bit different from all the topics you have heard previously, all the wonderful speeches of inspiration, empowerment and uplifting people, but I'm going to deliver this wonderful speech on how you can do business in this wonderful gold mine. And the gold mine that we have always been missing out on is the doing business in Southeast Asia. Do you know that Southeast Asia is one of the highest population regions around the world? We have more than 655 billion people, for 655 million people in Southeast Asia alone, 11 different countries with a $10 trillion GDP growth. $10 trillion GDP. So you see that Southeast Asia is one of the most lucrative places to do business. And apart from that, Southeast Asia is not only very diverse, very dynamic and very vibrant. It has also lots of opportunities from agriculture to mining to consulting to education and much more. But many people, when they come to talking about business in Asia, they only focus on China and India, but they forgot about Southeast Asia. So Southeast Asia is actually one of the gold mines. And I can tell you that for sure because the people in Southeast Asia are the game changers. The youths in Southeast Asia, they are doing things that are very different from their previous generations. They are going out there to challenge the norms, challenge culture, build different things and transform their country. And I share that from experience. Now, I have spoken to more than 40 different countries and I can share with you that the people in Southeast Asia are one of the the most voracious learners. They learn a lot. They are so hungry and so respectful of teachers and knowledge that they are willing to learn as much as they can. And that despite not being fluent in English itself, despite not having English as their first language, they still continue to sit throughout my classes. They continue to learn and invest their time and energy to learn as much as they can. And I can see the hunger in their eyes. They are so hungry for success, so hungry for knowledge, and so hungry for self-improvement that I began to become very inspired to teach them. So that was really interesting to me because for countries that have a very hungry population, a population to want to learn more, to improve their lives, these are the countries that will go very far in the future. So I encourage you to look into Southeast Asia, and I personally invested a lot in Southeast Asian businesses, not just in education and consulting, but I also invested in startups, venture funds, and lots of other projects that is reaping benefits for me as well. And more importantly, when we invest in the country, we don't just invest for the dollars, we actually invest for the people. We invest to make the people's life better. And I'm here to build Southeast Asia to become the next gold mine. All right, so I hope you enjoy my speech and I hope to see you soon. Thanks so much for being here in this World Speech Day community. Thank you.
Thank you, Kwan Hong. Thank you, Kwan Hong. And back at my seat then. All right, before we move on to the next speaker, I am going to call up the wheel of names because we have been keeping track of folks who go online to our hashtag World Speech Day Live YouTube channel to put in their wonderful comments and valuable comment to our speakers who've been speaking. And obey host, can you bring up the wheel so that we may do at least 3 draws because it's been 3 hours already. All right, very quickly, I'm going to spotlight over to. All right. Yep. So we have selected these names who have put in wonderful comments in our hashtag World Speech Day Live web YouTube channel. Can you spin the wheel, please? And the first winner is Abundance Forever. Abundance Forever. I believe we can find you on YouTube channel, and we will drop you an email. Thereafter, you can send us your details so we can arrange for you to pick up your giveaway prize. Next one. That's Syed Ali, right? Syed Ali. Yes, so we have Syed Ali and then removed. Okay. One more. You think? So we have Syed Ali. We have 50 carters. 50 carters. Who's the first one again? Abundance Forever, Syed Ali, and 50 carters. All right, we'll be contacting you via YouTube to inform you of your winning, and then let's move on to the next speaker. The next speaker we have is Hema Kripalani. Hema Kripalani, let's have a look. All right, wonderful, wonderful, you're here in the room. All right, she is an experienced language teacher and radio presenter, and she wants to talk on the R's to reduce, reuse, and recycle all resources. Hema Kripalani will be talking about having to take care of planet Earth. Over to you, Hema.
Thank you so much. Are you able to hear me? Thank you. Good evening, everyone. On the occasion of World Speech Day, I am Hema Kripalani from Singapore. The topic of my speech is show care and concern for our planet Earth. Humanity and all life on Earth is now at crossroads. Human population has now crossed 7.5 billion. In 200 years, human population has grown from 1 billion to 7.5 billion. Population pressure, poverty is ever increasing. Animal species are getting decimated at faster pace, and environment is under severe stress. We all have heard about global warming, climate change. Glaciers are disappearing, sea levels are rising. It is not a science fiction, it is for real. Yet, we all continue to ignore and continue as if everything is all right. Humanity is now finding itself facing a momentous global environmental crisis. We need to act now to address environmental issues before it is too late. Once the forces of nature are unleashed, it will be irreversible, and destruction that will follow is unimaginable. We need to choose now between present model of economic growth with potentially catastrophic results, or choose a new developmental model which focuses on reducing poverty while enhancing sustainability, social inclusion, and equity. Humans are consuming far more resources than one Earth can provide. We need to change our consumption habits, else the consequences will be dire, affecting the habitability for life on Earth. Many countries now possess enough nuclear weapons to destroy Earth many times over. Does Earth need to be destroyed 3 times or 5 times? Once is enough. We do not need nuclear weapons to destroy Earth. If we continue at current pace, we will eventually reach the point of no return. Now is the time we started to show care and concern for our planet Earth. We have only one Earth to live on. Million other planets and other galaxies have no meaning to species on Earth. I want to emphasize, planet Earth cannot be replaced. For me, my home in Singapore cannot be replaced, which I have built with love, care, and concern. I'll briefly speak on Singapore model. When Singapore gained independence in 1965, national survival was at stake. With small area of 581 square kilometers and no natural resources, not even drinking water for its people, Singapore leaders clearly understood growth cannot be done at the expense of environment or citizens' quality of life. Environmental protection went hand in hand with economic growth. Vision shown by Singapore leaders is praiseworthy. They have shown the world a way to develop and become economic powerhouse without compromising on the environment. Maintaining clean and green Singapore has paid handsome dividend to Singapore, as Singapore founding father, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew said, greening Singapore was the best project he undertook. People want to come and stay and settle down in green Singapore. World over, environment is degrading rapidly. Biodiversity is happening at unprecedented scale, making it easy for spread of diseases from animals to human, like pandemic, which has happened in 2020, and world is still struggling to contain it. All is not yet lost. All countries need to collaborate to develop sustainable model which rely less on oil and more on natural resources to fulfill our energy needs. We need to conserve the forest and plant more trees. practice sustainable agriculture and fisheries, protect biodiversity. This is not a complete list, but these areas need urgent attention. Individually, we need to do our part, consume fewer plastic products, avoid disposable products, buy energy efficient appliances. List is endless. I request all of us to do our best to protect our environment. Do it not for others, but for our own selves, our loved ones, our own family. I request all to adopt 3 R's in life: reduce consumption, reuse resources, and recycle as much as possible. Thank you so much.
For sharing with us your speech on the 3 R's. And thank you. We're going to move on to the next speaker. Next speaker, we're looking for Debbie Lee. Debbie Lee, are you in the room yet? Debbie, yes, found your name. The next speaker, Debbie Lee, is from Taiwan, and Debbie Lee will be speaking to us on how to turn obstacles into opportunities. Now, Debbie is a successful female entrepreneur who dreams to inspire women to live the life they deserve to have. Debbie, are you speaking in Mandarin or are you speaking in English today? You gotta unmute yourself.
Hello. Yeah, I still going to speak in Mandarin today.
Over to you.
OK， Hello， 大家好，我是 Debbie， 我来自台湾。那我目前拥有一家自己的品牌行销公司，并且正在创立一个全新的抗老帮品牌。那么今天我要跟大家分享的是我人生里曾经发生的2个将逆境转为顺境的故事。那第一个故事呢，是发生在2010年，我正在欧洲自助旅行的时候。那时候我打算在欧洲自助旅行1个半月，然后当我完成了在英国部分的行程，然后要前往机场转往奥地利的时候，没想到在我搭上前往机场的 shuttle bus 时，司机竟然跟我说，我不用到机场去了，因为所有的飞机都取消了。然后在那个时候呢，我第一时间当然讲说，怎么可能？对，第一时间我当时想说，啊，天啊，怎么可能？我怎么会这么衰遇到这种事情？当然，我还是先前往了机场。没想到到机场之后呢，我发现了机场真的一片大混乱，然后当时真的没有任何飞机可以出发。原来我当时遇到了就是当年的那个冰岛火山艾雅法拉火山大爆发的事件，然后因为呢整个火山灰爆发出来笼罩在全欧洲的上空，然后这些火山灰会吸附在飞机的引擎上面，而造成引擎的那个停止运转，所以当时没有任何人知道就是欧洲的飞机航线什么时候会恢复，甚至当时有媒体断言说就是欧洲有可能再也不会有飞机可以飞行，然后变成一个困在世界的一个小小的区块的情况。然后当然在这个情况下，当时欧洲就是整个欧洲跟整个世界都世界大乱，然后非常恐慌，然后我在第一时间也是很恐慌。可是在恐慌之后，我冷静了下来，然后决定好好的思考我当时的状况。然后当时的状况是，其实不管之后透过陆路还是水路，我都还是有办法回到台湾的。那么在财务上呢，我第一时间就打电话了给我在台湾的保险经纪人，然后确认了我当时在台湾的保险是有 cover 这样子的事件了，然后并且我拥有一个很高的额度。所以在我确认了这样子的条件之后呢，我就开始上网，然后去预定了那些因为飞机停驶而 而折扣出清的5星级饭店的房间，然后还有很多的餐厅的大折扣，因为没有旅客可以进出，所以这个事件在7天后就落幕了，很幸运的。可是因为我的冷静处理，所以在当大多数跟我一样被困在欧洲的旅客正在机场恐慌的等待的时候，我却度过了整个行程中最豪华然后最享受的1周，并且那个是免费的。那这是我的第一个故事。然后呢，第二个故事是在我结束了整个欧洲行程之后，我跟我当时的男朋友飞行到台湾去，然后飞行到新加坡去，不好意思。然后到新加坡之后，我们当时的打算是，就是他要在当地找到跟财务相关的工作，而我打算在当地把我的英文提升好。对，然后但是没想到呢，在到达新加坡之后的1个月之后，他竟然就透过 MSN 跟我说他决定回台湾了，然后并且没有跟我做任何商量。然后在那个时候呢，我当然非常的震惊，然后也非常的对于他这样的决定，然后非常的难过。对，可是在当时，在我陷入悲伤跟恐慌就是upset 的几天之后，我决定要好好的思考我自己未来的人生打算怎么样。就是在我放弃了工作，然后决定跟他来到新加坡之后，然后我是要就这样子结束这件事，然后接受我整个行程是失败的这件事吗？还是我打算我有更好的机会或更好的做法，可以让这整件事情变成一个往更好的方向去？而在冷静之后呢，我决定继续进行我的旅程。然后第一个就是我还是留在当地把我的英文练好，然后到可以 interview 跟做专业的工作的程度。然后第二个呢，是我其实还是相信他是有能力可以在当地找到专业的工作的，而我相信我也可以。所以在那之后呢，我在很多的努力之下，然后也在很多在当地认识的朋友的鼓励跟支持之下，成功的找到工作。而也因为我在这样子的不放弃，然后在2年后我回到了台湾，然后成功的找到了跟 Google 相关非常好的工作，然后并且在那个工作之后的1年半，我就成为那个集团的行销负责人。那这一切都是因为我在新加坡累积的语文能力，那我的国际观，还有就是我累积出来的工作经验，我才能有这样的一天。然后一直到今天，我成功的就是开启了自己的世界，然后拥有自己的公司，然后拥有自己的品牌。这一切就是因为我冷静下来之后，然后做出了对自己内心想要的方向。然后呢，我现在来统整一下，就是在遇到困境的时候，我做了哪5件事情。首先，第一件事情呢，是我冷静下来，然后仔细的思考。然后第二个步骤是，我会客观的去了解目前我遇到了什么，那目前的局势是什么。那第3个步骤是我要了解我现有的资源，我能做的事情是什么。然后第4个步骤是我会思考我想要的是什么东西，那我最好就是事情有可能往最好的方向是什么，那可能最差的方向是什么。对，然后在决定好自己的方向之后，我会拟定计划，并且很踏实的去实践它。那这就是我的5个逆境转身的步骤。然后在这2故事，其实我想跟大家分享的是，就是不管是在现在新冠疫情的情况下，或是在我们的人生里，我们其实常常都会遇到很多事情，就是很多事情是不如人意的，然后大家都知道 life is not easy， 然后人生本来就没有事事如意的，但只要我们怀抱智慧与勇气，然后follow我刚刚这个5个步骤去面对人生遇到的挫折与挑战，其实我们都是有能力去克服我们遇到的困境，然后将我们的逆境转为胜利。那这是我今天的分享。谢谢。
谢谢你 Debbie， 谢谢你今天的分享。就是如何把逆境转成你的顺境，是吗？
对，顺境或是胜利。
好好好，谢谢你。现在我们要介绍另外一位讲员了，好，谢谢。
好，谢谢 Peter。
Next, we have a speaker from Mark. Apologies, Michael is in the room. So next we have a speaker from Singapore, Michael In. Michael.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Michael, there's a lot of disruption in the background. Yeah.
Right, yeah, sorry, it's a lot of background noise. So,
Why don't you resolve your background noise, because we could hardly hear you? Then we'll come back to you in a short while. All right, then let's move on to Mark. Our next speaker is from Portugal, Mark Luvet. And Mark will be talking about patriotism without borders. So after many years of corporate life, Mark has started to organize TEDx events and came to realize that personal stories can change the world. In fact, I believe how I met Mark is in Clubhouse. And so let us invite Mark up and let us hear from Mark Lovet from Portugal, Patriotism Without Borders. Over to you.
So what comes to mind when you hear the word patriotism? I've asked that question many times over the years, and I often hear answers such as love, devotion, dedication, even loyalty. But they're all based on a profound attachment to the country where we come from. Although in the case of immigrants, it's oftentimes towards the country that they had moved to. But in either case, that feeling of attachment is contained by borders, physical borders, in addition to mental borders that we put on ourselves. So that love, devotion, dedication, and loyalty, unfortunately, has limitations. There's a point at which it stops, which means that everyone else, those who are not living within the borders of our country, are outside. They're existing beyond those imaginary lines. This is not a new way of thinking, of course, as these feelings have been present in every form of tribalism going back to ancient times, thousands and thousands of years. But in my mind, such views of the world are problematic. And even more so today, as they limit our ability to solve very serious problems. Problems like social justice, economic inequality, and climate change. Critical problems which transcend borders and which may affect the lives of billions of people on this planet. That's not to say that there's anything wrong with loving the country that you live in, or wanting the citizens of that country to be healthy and successful and fulfilled. But when it's done with a belief that your country is number one, that it's somehow superior, you are in effect saying that every other country in the world is somehow secondary, something less, maybe even inferior. But what if we altered our perspective a bit to a view of planet first and then countries second? This is the idea behind the phrase global patriotism, which for me means patriotism without borders. So what if our love, our devotion, our dedication, and that sense of loyalty were focused on the earth first? So what would that look like? While governments can play a part in promoting global unity, and businesses also play a vital role in how cultures are connected and how people are treated, the idea of becoming what I call a global patriot is largely personal. Although, to be honest, it can be a bit complex. We need to take care of ourselves as well as our family. And it is natural for us to be a bit more concerned with those who are close to us as opposed to people on the other side of the world. But maybe a starting point is simply asking two important questions. What are the effects of my actions on the planet? And can I make better global choices? So two topics that people are connected to are sustainability and climate change, as the decisions we make on a daily basis. While seemingly minor in one respect, it's just us. Collectively, they make a big difference. For example, the products that we buy affect the world we live in a very dramatic way. From the clothes that we wear, to the cars that we drive, to the food that we eat. Social justice and gender equality are two more subjects that are extremely important, as how we treat each other affects our ability to create strong, unified communities, which are necessary for solving very hard problems. We can't do that unless we're treating each other with respect. And that means without bias, without racism, without discrimination of any type. So this concept really became important to me after working with storytellers from all around the world. As a speaker coach, I've worked with scientists and engineers, students, educators, artists and musicians, even prison inmates and immigrants from various corners of the world, people from all walks of life. I've heard stories of triumph and tragedy, of joy and tears, but new ideas and fresh perspectives are always present. What I realized is that despite our differing cultures and our unique life journey, we share a common humanity. But this humanity is facing significant challenges, and we must find a way to connect with respect as equals in order to deal with these challenges. No one wants to feel like being the other, being outside, or being second best. So while patriotism has been around for a very long time, I think it's time for the world to adopt a new version of patriotism, global patriotism. As I said, patriotism without borders. That means being dedicated to the health and well-being of the entire planet. So join me in becoming a global patriot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark Levitt. This idea about patriotism without borders and having developed patriotism as a global citizen, it's really a very profound idea. Well, I'd like to hear more from you. If you could stay behind at the end of this entire speaking segment, perhaps we can ask you more questions about patriotism without border and how, if this is going to be a movement, how can this move on from here? All right, Mark. So I hope to. Oops. Okay, I guess you're not seeing me there. Right.
Yeah, I'm happy to stay around.
Yes, we hope to invite you back in a short while and hear more from you at the end of this segment. Thank you, Mark. And next, after Mark Levitt, we have another Singapore speaker, whom I believe she was from Malaysia, and she is right? Yes, Kong Chun Yen. Let me look for Kong Chun Yen. All right, smiling
here.
already. Yes. Okay, Chun Yen. She's a hypnobirthing educator and birth doula. Wow, that's a new meaning that I need to check dictionary on. She wants to inspire expectant parents to approach birth with confidence. And your speech title is The Voice of a Baby? Yeah, Voice of a Baby. Kong Chun Yen.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. Yeah, prepare for parenthood. Is it necessary? Pregnancy happens naturally. A lot of people are enjoying their pregnancy, but when it comes to childbirth, they are a bit worried. And a lot of mothers actually are very fearful towards the pregnancy as well. Now, natural birth becomes almost like endangered species. Yeah. And many moms actually do drugs their baby because they don't believe that they can do it. My name is Kong Chun Yen. I am a birth expert specializing in hypnobirthing, the Mongan method. I'm also a birth doula. A birth doula is someone who accompanies the parents to the hospital, guide them along in their journey into parenthood. So that's what I do. Now, we are equipped with the ability to birth the baby naturally. So why are women afraid? Women are afraid of childbirth partly because they are too much of sharing of their friends' story, the birth story, and mostly negative story. Yeah. But what I want to tell you is that it is very manageable. And in fact, birth is something that it gives a woman opportunity for you to break through. And it is an opportunity to transform. So if you are a mother, believe you can do it and pass on that I can attitude to your child. If your baby is courage to come into this world, wouldn't you be more courageous to show your baby how much you can do? Now, partly is also that if your partner does not believe that you can do it, that it has already discounted the woman's ability. It will be good for everyone to play a part. So childbirth is a teamwork. Everyone has a part to play. Now, a woman's job in labor and birth is to relax and let go, work with your body. It is not that scary. Some women actually enjoy their labor and birth, and I've guided many women, even their first-time mom, that enjoy their labor and birth. So if you enjoy your labor and birth, baby enjoys coming into this world. What about partner? Husband's role is to support the wife, his woman, support, protect her space so that she can do her job better. What about baby? Whenever I forget about baby, baby's role in labor and birth is to find a space and they birth themselves. Baby is an active participant at birth. Yeah. Do you know what baby wants? Yeah. Baby wants to be born healthy and complete. Now, I have a voice representing Voice of Baby. I would like to present to you a poem I wrote, which is Voice of Baby. Voice of Baby. Will you hear the song I sing? Womb is my world. Womb is a place of love where a spark is seen. Womb is a place for nurturing a new life where the future is seen. Womb is a place for creativity where so much is happening within. I feel warm and light with freedom to swing. I'm happy when I get to bounce and play with the one beyond my home. I feel excited as I sense warmness and coolness. I enjoy different tastes of fluid except the one that makes me groggy. I am loved whenever I'm stimulated. Are we strangers who feel familiar? Have we known each other long before we meet? Darkness is my friend. Brightness is my joy. My world is not a quiet place, but a place I feel safe. My world is filled with rhythm of symphony and drums in nature. Love and joy is what I desire. I can see and feel, so excites me with my senses. My world is pure and conscious. Continue to keep it clean. I am open to receive only food that helps me grow. I am comfortable in my home should I enter the tunnel when the other world is unknown. I reach a point where there is potential for me to grow. Courage is what I have. Do you feel the same? I deserve to be born healthy. I may come out slippery, Please receive me with care and gentleness. I may come out fast, be ready and stay calm. If I come out slow, be patient and wait for my call. I need more time to find my way. When I'm little lost, please lead the way. I have full potential for growth when all connections are turned on. I deserve to be born healthy and complete without numbness and grogginess. Good beginnings is my birthright. Will you promise to be kind? Women are equipped with the ability to birth the baby naturally. So if you prepare yourself for a swimming class, learn to swim, if you prepare yourself for your life, wouldn't it be fair that you prepare to be a parent and do good to yourself and your baby for baby's future health? My name is Gong Chunyan. Thank you very much for the opportunity for me to speak and represent Voice of Baby. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Chunyan. Thank you, Chunyan, for sharing with us this beautiful speech and kind of like a poetry of Voice of a Baby. And yes, I'm certainly expectant parents will be more confident to approach birth upon hearing this. And let us move on then. Next, we have the next speaker is from Malaysia. His name is Duncan Tan. Duncan, are you in the room? Duncan. Okay, I see Duncan in the room. Duncan, can you put on your video, Duncan? All right. Duncan don't seem to be at his desk. Now, we're going to move on. Since Duncan is not at his desk, let us move on to the next speaker from Malaysia. Next speaker from Malaysia is Kelvin Liu. Kelvin.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Kelvin. All right, Kelvin comes from Sarawak, and his speech is about never giving up and believing in himself. Kelvin, take it away.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. It's good to meet you in the World Speech Day. So I have a regret for meet you come along the Borneo, which is Sarawak. So my speech will deliver is never give up, but believing yourself. I believe in the small and medium and full of joy family. So the motivation to giving this topic is never give up is I will cap on the 2016, which I have been hospitalized for some the brain surgery, which called the Choi malformation. It is due to the small brain. There is 它是因为小脑盖太小了，所以需要动一个手术。就是唯一方法是要做手术，不然的话会弄到神经线，导致手脚麻痹。所以我在医院那时候大概有四个小时的手术。Then I was hospitalized by doing the half year. So recover. After that, I work as the Supremo. Then for 3 years, then it already start for the MCO COVID-19. Then I believe that I keep on believe there will be the rainbow appear once the rain is over. So it's great that I find a new job, which is currently I work at the Tupperware. Then besides working Tupperware, I also keep improve myself on the enter the Toastmaster virtual event that I've made a lot of Toastmaster for international. And every time I did this my speech, it trained me to become a great speaker because challenge myself that I should try and do my best to improve my English public speaking. So I remember that every time I do the speech, there will be the moderator, evaluator to evaluate my speech. Then they give her advice how suppose I pronounce my English very fluently. Then how I learn to express myself, my face reaction, how to speak my speech in front of people. And the more I learn, the more practice that given to me, I feel that I will a little bit to influence everyone that I can do it just because I believe myself. No matter what it happened, what my past, which hospitalized half years in hospital, but it will not give me the set about I should give up. Just like that. But it gives me the strong motivation for me to keep moving, keep push our limit, so I can learn and learn little bit by little bit. It will become the mountain that one day you can become a great speaker, even a great trainer, which will let the world know how you overcome your fear. And so my suggestion is never giving up, but believing yourself. There is a miracle happen. If you keep believing yourself, then it will fire up your confidence level. And even your motivation will give courage is going up. So I hope that everyone can use this opportunity to share to everybody that first thing to be confident and calm down and tell yourself that you can do it no matter what the human thing crossword, which is your first obstacle. You must believe yourself that you are stronger than every other people in the world. So never give up and continue to keep moving, keep fighting. So you can solve the society issue. There's no hatred, and everyone to be continue to believe themselves. That's why I join a lot of the association and also the talk sponsor. Just that I need to have the time to share the world of people that is just set a goal, they go for it. No matter how it happen, just do it. I believe you will find the true pathway for you. So thanks everyone. Just stay healthy. Is why I joined this World Speech Day Humanity coursework. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, Calvin. Kevin Liu, right? Yes, Kevin Liu.
Yes.
Yes, right.
Thank you.
You have come a long way from brain surgery that you had. Did you say?
Yes.
Brain,
yes.
Right. Thank you. Never give up from Kevin. Thank you very much. And can we come back to Duncan? Duncan Tan, are you in, Duncan? Duncan, you are in here, but we do not see you turning on your video. So I guess we have to move on then. All right. Duncan don't seem to be in the room. Let us just move on. And I believe we have completed this entire segment of the evening. Did I not call upon any speaker who have put in their turn to speak tonight? Let me see. I'm just going to quickly run through it. Yes, I think we've completed that. Okay. Let's invite Mark Lovett out, because Mark Lovett shared a very interesting topic earlier regarding patriotism without border. And I'm quite certain that a lot of the members here in the audience have something interesting to ask him. I'm just going to invite him. And is Wolf around? John Patrick Wolf, are you there? Yes. I'm going to invite you up as well. And let's have a chat and talk about patriotism without border. Now, since Wolf, you're also quite a global citizen, just like Mark, shall we engage this topic on patriotism without border? Now, Mark, when you first crafted this speech, was it meant to be a movement that you have planned, or, well, perhaps tell us, why do you craft this speech?
So this idea of global patriotism has been with me for many, many years. It goes back to a time when I was writing a book, and part of the character arc of the hero in the story was that he had always been an American patriot doing whatever the American government wanted. And he faces a challenge where he decides, he has a decision to make, to continue along that path or to step in and do the right thing. I won't bore you with all the details of the whole book because it would take way too long. But he has this kind of moral dilemma. Do I always stay dedicated to my country, or am I going to do something that actually benefits the world? And of course, the way the story turns out is he does benefit the world. But it's while I was writing those passages that this phrase just popped into my head: global patriot. That's who this guy is. That same dedication he had to one country, he is now going to dedicate himself to the entire planet. And although that term came out of writing this fiction novel, it then started to keep coming back to me every time I come up with any issue with immigration. I grew up in San Diego, California, so there's big issues about immigration from Mexico. When we talk about gender equality, and of course, the Me Too movement has been really big over the past couple of years. Climate change has now become what some feel is the #1 most relevant and most pressing problem in the world. And there are many other issues out there. And they always come back to, when we think small, we're not worried about what's happening to somebody else. And it's only when we say, what happens to the whole planet? How are my actions going to affect other people? That's when we can start to make other decisions. And so when this opportunity came up for World Speech Day, and I met you, Peter, and I got into Clubhouse, this idea came back to me. And I said, if there's one thing that I would want to talk about to have the whole world hear, it would be this idea of global patriotism.
And Wolf, do you have a question?
Yeah, I guess I like the part where Mark mentioned about borders. And right now in this world, one of the professors in Harvard, who's a Japanese, once said, you have to live in a world without borders. And that was even before internet came into play. And you're right. Sometimes we have mental borders, sometimes we have emotion borders. But as mentioned in my speech earlier on, if you leave it with open mind, just like the current President Biden sent his regards during the Lunar New Year and all greetings on different season, that's great. I guess he's the first American president to send greetings on Lunar New Year instead of saying Chinese New Year. Is there anyone who worship on that particular religion that celebrate Lunar New Year? Because Vietnam, Korean, the Chinese, and other countries celebrate Lunar New Year. And when he and the wife speak up and greet every single American who are celebrating Lunar New Year, regardless whether you're Chinese, Vietnamese, or Korean, everyone are under the same umbrella. And I love the way you deliver your speech, because sometimes it's sad to see your own nationality go into races, because races is the last thing that we want on earth. But even it's like when I was in Borneo, friends of mine asked me, how come a church is next to a mosque? And how come a mosque is next to a temple? And because we believe there's no borders. And your speech has really inspired, and I guess people need to know about that.
Well,
thank you.
Wolf, I'm going to divert the topic a little bit here.
Sure.
I believe a lot of folks in this room here are all global citizens.
Yes, precisely.
They're born in one country, they work in another country, and they probably reside in a third country. And in the case of Mark, it's even more global, I believe. So, this idea about patriotism without border, how is it being affected by the pandemic? And if the idea of global patriotism does go ahead, then do we are we supposed to be patriotic to the country of residence, country of work, or the country of origin? Because I believe globally, with all this migration that's going on, many of my friends they have like 1/4 blood here and half there. What is patriotism really? From that
well,
angle?
and that's where I felt we had to move beyond anything that constrains our patriotism. And the pandemic really demonstrated that the earth, Mother Nature, biology, doesn't respect any borders. Climate change does not respect any borders. Pollution does not respect any borders. It goes where it wants to go. So there was no way to say, and this was a problem in the United States, that at the beginning of the pandemic, the attitude was, oh, it's not a problem here. It's not going to affect us. We'll keep it out. And all the scientists said, you can't keep out a virus. If it wants to spread, it's going to spread. And many other countries, Brazil fell into the same trap, and some other folks saying, oh yeah, it won't happen here. And it happened. And hundreds of thousands of people have died, specifically because people felt their borders would be enough to stop a pandemic. And I think this is a valuable lesson for us, because climate change, I think, is going to be 10 times, maybe 100 times more problematic than the pandemic. And the CO2 that gets emitted, doesn't matter if it comes from the US or China or India or anywhere in the world, it goes into the atmosphere and it circles the globe. And it's going to affect everyone. So we really need to stop thinking about, I'm going to protect my country, because when it comes to climate change, there is no such thing.
Yeah, that's a very interesting thought. Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
We all breathe the same air. We kind of drink the same water.
Yes.
Source. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. This one piece of earth that we stay on were originally in one piece, isn't it?
Yeah, part of my background is in producing TEDx events when I lived in San Diego before I moved to Portugal. And one of the events that we put on was on the US-Mexico border. So we built one stage in the United States and another stage in Mexico. with just the border fence separating the two fences. And we alternated our speakers back and forth from one country to the other. And the point of creating that event was to say, you can pass all the laws you want, you can build all the fences you want, but you will never stop cultures from interacting with each other and sharing their humanity. Which goes back to the point you made about if we tested our blood, we would find out we're so many percent this and so many percent that and percent that.
Yeah.
People have been migrating all over the world now for thousands of years. So nobody is one race or ethnicity anymore. We're all this mixture.
Yeah.
And so one of the speakers at that event was a environmentalist, and he brought up that point of the air goes right through the fence. The birds fly over the fence. The fish swim back and forth across the border. Why are the humans the only people who put up borders? And sometimes those borders are physical, but they can also become mental and emotional borders that prevent us from connecting or give us this feeling that we're superior to somebody else. And whenever you get out of balance with equality, well, bad stuff happens. Somewhere, somehow, bad stuff happens.
Well, yes. As you are talking about blood, the other day I was in Clubhouse after I met you in Clubhouse, and somebody was asking me, is it, Peter, do you have a quarter, of you being Spanish? Then I say, "Comment-allez-vous?" Oh, no, that's French. Now, then, then I know, okay, then she knows, okay, I'm not Spanish. Then after that, then it's mucho gracias. So thank you, Mark, for sharing this very, very interesting topic. I think all of you deserve a round of applause. Thank you. So I am going to now invite the speaker that was not at his post when I called his name. I think he is now back in the room. Let me just remove all the spotlight and bring Duncan back. Duncan, we were looking for you earlier. All right, Duncan.
All right. Because
hang on, Duncan. Duncan is from Malaysia, a speaker from Malaysia, and he is talking. He describes himself as an introvert who has taken the courage to share his message after 10 years of growth to become a public speaker, and he is going to share his topic on language of humanity. So language of humanity, over to you, Duncan Tan.
Yep. My name is Duncan and I come from Malaysia. Is that I come from this introvert and probably a traditional Chinese upbringing family. Is where I come from, Kuala Lumpur, and when I grew up to become a public speaking, and in 10 years ago, I never imagined I would love the stage, speak at World Speech Day. That's my pleasure to speak in this platform and share my message. But when I grow myself as a public speaker, right, I always think that I have a message to share. But because of that, from introvert to become a good speaker, right, it fit my ego very heavily. Even with a good intention to share the message, I got this ego to fit it, and then until that, the way that I express my opinion and language when I share my, it's kind of like annoying and as well disconnect to my audience. And actually, when we see this in this pandemic, right, we voice out a lot of different opinion about different things around the world last year. And what you can see as a result is, for me, I'm kind of like disconnected, and it's not only humanity at the crossroad at that time, but for myself as well. I kind of like went through a very not so good year last year when pandemic hit, because as a speaker, all my speaking gig is either cancel, postpone, or and then it just cancel like that. And it really hit me very hard at that time. It's like, but it's also now I see pandemic as a blessing for me, because it's a year of reflection that we see that reflect what I used to do, when I share my message out, the way the language that I use, right, is always, no, it's actually why, separate me from my audience, even I got the good intention to share my message. And because of that, I take the whole year of, wow, most of, my speaking gig cancel. I think, what can we do? Because we can see a lot of like this separation, on when we speak, express it. And what can I do better next time after post-pandemic period? And I got this aha moment, the reflection is very good, that I find out every time I speak is without these two key things, empathy and sympathy. And because of that, it seems to be not so, I only speak for myself, not the best interest of my audience. So because of that, this last year, I always see, oh, this is what I can do, and I should do this. So because of that, I practice using the language sympathy and empathy when I doing my speech, when I go back to my Toastmaster and other speaking virtually. I find the magic happen when I express and share my message with good intention, but just change the language itself. Instead of like, it's always me, but how can I care about the audience? It seems to be with sympathy and empathy. I create more impact through the message in the language that I'm using. So in there, I immediately bridge the gap that I used to very hard to close with my audience into the word that this is what I want. And a lot more people feel connected with me when I share my story, share my message out, and then boom, everything. So at the end of the day, this give me say that, yeah, the way that we express, it should not separate humanity, but it should unite together. And I'm very glad I get the opportunity of last year to unite myself as a human and bring back, tie out, the humanity between me and my audience when I speak virtually, in the end of the last year. So, and this is where I think a lot of people need to moving forward, that I will need to use more sympathy, empathy in my language to unite humanity, at least in the year forward, that we should use this when we express myself. So I hope in the future, when we express things, right, just do more about like the sympathy and empathy in your language that you're using when you express opinion, to actually unite both, because we need to agree to disagree sometimes, but we need to understand more about other people instead of just so egocentric, just like the past to me than now. All right. So I'm very happy to have this opportunity to share this message, important message, speak with empathy and sympathy all the time. And you can create much more bigger impact than you can imagine. Thank you for the World Speech Day for giving me an option. Back to you, Peter.
Thank you, Duncan. Thank you. Yes, indeed, we should have more empathy and sympathy in the language that we use. Apart from that, I think lots of love does help as well, because love is what makes the world go round, isn't it? Right. And with that, oh, hang on. I believe Michael Im is back in the room. I hope Michael, let me go to bring you up. Are you in the room, Michael? Michael, if you have resolved your technical challenges earlier, Michael. Okay. Is not at his port. So I believe that's the end of this segment. We have completed. Oh, hang on. There's one more speaker earlier where she was busy saving the world, and she was saving the world. We had a very interesting topic called patriotism without border. That helped me understand so much more about the world that's going on around us. And Arishta, where are you? Let me look for you. Arishta. Is she logging in, Arishta? All right. Oh, Shane is here. Okay, since we're waiting for Arishta to log in, and she just texted us to say that she's coming in. Michael In, have you resolved your sound problem on your end?
Yes, can you hear me clearly?
Michael, I think your some equipment on your end is creating a very loud reverb in our ears. I do not know what that is.
Sorry, it's my phone. Wait first. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but I believe the droning noise in the background is even louder than you when you speak.
I guess it's that, and then I know it's my laptop, because my laptop use a large fan. I mean, it has a fan, so it produces a lot of noise.
Right. All right.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There's no way to silence the fan unless you want it to overheat and then the whole thing crash. Then perhaps it's even
Michael, would you want to go on with your speech?
Yeah, I think that would be great. So sorry, everyone. If you can hear me, if you can't hear me, just let me know. Yeah. So the topic I'm going to share about today is about the importance of sustainability in business, employment, and investment. So I'll start off by sharing that this world right now is facing a crossroad between sustainable growth and profitable growth. But it need not be that we did not pick one side or the other. We can have the best of both worlds if we learn to develop strategies to improve our sustainability practices, both on the consumer and also on the business side of things. This pandemic has been a huge shift, have become a huge wake-up call for many businesses, many job seekers, and many organizations in determining whether sustainability should be an optional or mandatory part of their operation and life. And I'm glad to say that a lot of businesses and a lot of consumers are starting to realize that, one, we can no longer afford to clash with nature all the time, especially when this pandemic is caused by our continued interest in the wildlife trade. So we need to start shifting to a direction where we take sustainability seriously and make it as a main mandate of every fabric of our life and of our way of doing things. So I'm going to share also a few tips on how businesses and individuals can be sustainable. Okay. One is that we need to know what are the frameworks and what are the standards that we could use to improve our ability to comply with those standards. In business, we usually have this thing called the GRI or SASB or even the TCFD to help us understand what we need to do to be more sustainable. But for consumers, perhaps we can also use technology to help us, like Sustain Gain and other sustainability lifestyle apps that can show us sustainable options that we can adopt, or sustainability choices that we can use to improve our carbon footprint and reduce our impact on planet Earth. Another thing is learning to move away from industries that does not promote social mobility and social well-being of people in the workforce. Industries like the oil and gas, mining, we can move away from these sectors and help people who are struggling to move away from the sector to get jobs that is more relevant to combating climate change. I can see that it's really difficult for most people, but we are starting to see that it's either if we don't continue to be more sustainable, these jobs will be replaced sooner or later. So I'm hoping that we can continue to help each other in this ever connected ecosystem to move towards a more sustainable future, and that we can continue to help others in need. So which comes to the third tip, which is creating a more vibrant ecosystem. The world is very interconnected now, and one event in one country or one place can affect many people in many parts of the world. So continue to connect, continue to network, and continue to build alliances and collaborations rather than just creating competition. Because by collaborating, we also move forward as a people, and that we create a situation where there's a win-win situation for everyone. So I think the last message I would say is that sustainability need not be a winner-take-all system. It can be we can create collaborative win-win situation for everyone if we work very closely together and we have a very clear direction on how we should move forward with it. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to give this speech. Peter, is all yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you very much for that speech on sustainability as a way of continuing, well, for entrepreneurs to continuing their business and to help each other as a result of that. All right, creating sustainable business is the topic, and we have some time here, which we believe. Oh, sorry. Nobody can see me. My apologies. All right, we have some time here where there is a last speaker. I believe that it's Harishta. Harishta is rushing to locked in right now. While we are waiting for Harishta to come in, is there anyone who wants to bring up one of the speakers who were speaking about a topic earlier for some Q&A or a little mini panel discussion? Now, let me see. We at we have Rihanna earlier. All right, Rihanna is a mindset intervention coach who empowers individual and help youth to break through with their lives. And her topic was Rise to Lead. Perhaps we can have a little short interview with Rihanna while we wait for Rishta to come in.
Hi, Peter.
Hi, Rihanna. Yes. Tell us, what do you do as an intervention coach that you could help youth break through with their life?
Okay, I do a lot of school programs where I teach them life skills. And as part of my work, when I go and teach them, that means I do a life skills program. That means I teach them public speaking, interview skills, debating skills. I also teach them creative thinking. I also do speech and drama. I do quite a wide variety of topics with the students in the local schools, from primary all the way to secondary. So basically during these sessions, we also have programs where we teach them self-esteem, building their self-confidence, letting go of their negative thinking, because some of them do come from difficult families and they have low self-esteem about themselves. So some of the programs that I do is where we teach them how to rebuild back their self-esteem, how to get the confidence, and how to feel good about themselves. And this is not just so with youths and children. Even in my daily programs and in my workshops that I do, a lot of adults have these problems, but they also started when they were in their youth. So that's why I always believe that, the younger we start with helping people to feel good and feel that they are enough, and that will go a long way as when they become adults, and then they can make a better impact, better youth, a better my tagline is a better youth today will make a better you tomorrow. So I always believe in youth empowerment as well as individual empowerment. And a lot of adults, as I said, have issues with self-esteem, and a lot of it goes back to their childhood as well, and through their trauma or through their negative thinking or something they believe about themselves or somebody has told them about themselves, and they carry it into their 30s, 40s, even 60s. I've got participants as old as 60 over who still hold a grudge from there when they were 5, and that's because they haven't dealt with that issue or dealt with that trauma or dealt with that negative belief, and they've carried on that until adulthood. And when they came to my workshop, they actually we go through some process. I have a 7-step program where I bring them through, and they were able to release that sort of pain that they've been suffering all these years. So
you create a pattern interrupt to disrupt.
That's why it's intervention.
Got it. All right. In the disruption age, we create more disruption, isn't it? Yeah. That's what work for today, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Now, thank you very much, Rihanna, for that very short interview. You certainly helped us bring some life to this interview, and at the same time, brought Rishta, our dear friend and MC for International Women's Day last week, sometime, and she's in the room. Wonderful. All right, a round of applause for Rihanna, and then we're going to invite Arishta up now. Arishta, let me add you to the spotlight. Oh. Okay, wonderful. Arishta, now we can see Arishta, but we can't.
Hi, Peter. Thank you. Thank you for waiting.
No worries. I think everybody wants to wait for you.
My son woke up, so.
Yes. All right. Arishta is a stimulating speaker who has been educating, empowering, and enhancing women's life. And she was our wonderful MC for last week's event on International Women's Day for Hashtag World Speech Day Live. And today she's back to talk about a topic, Life Interrupted. Life Interrupted, Arishta Kanan from Singapore. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Peter. Life interrupted. So hello, everyone. I learned very early on that the right attitude never takes you to the wrong direction. So if there's something that doesn't add value to your life, if it doesn't belong in your life, it really doesn't belong in your life. Be it people, be it things or situations. So you need to get out and get started. If last year, 2020, was a year of shock, unprecedented, this and that, disrupted was the word really overly used. It's really was an interrupted world. A forced, much needed interruption in so many spheres, as we realize now. 2021 is a year of transformation and innovation, interruption, a much needed interruption. It was forced by nature for us to stop, pause, and rewind. For me, I personally think it's the year of, it's the un-year or the re-year, unthink, unplan, and unlearn. The re-year, because we're resetting, refocusing, redirecting our energies. So for me, yes, life did get interrupted. Life is interrupted, no matter where you are. And some key obvious words for this year, it is World Speech Day. And, as we've been hearing, speech and words and all of that is so pretty much out there. Words like transformation, innovation, agility, adaptability, creation, and pretty much the same vibe goes for our everyday, ordinary, or extraordinary lives as well. Our voice, it is a time for us to challenge ourselves and use our voice to inspire and increase our circle of impact and influence, because it allows us to form connections, influence decisions, impact change, motivate change, and inspire action. So in a time when life is really interrupted, what is the one thing that you think you can influence? Who is the one person that you can help, support, and inspire that action for change, for betterment, to feel good, feel better? It's the age of intentional networking, collaborations, certainly partnerships in your co-working solutions, joint ventures, inclusive decision-making, and so on. So it's a time to kind of step away from distractions, from all things that don't really serve your purpose, my purpose, our dreams, and all of that which is put together. It's time to stop and pause, because life is interrupted. So I say again that use your voice for good this year, as we are. It is World Speech Day. So I encourage us all across the globe, across cultures. We've had a kind of a meltdown, and everyone is on a level playing field. So whether it's you or me, where we come from, it doesn't matter anymore. A good, authentic voice, vulnerable yet courageous, is really a great way to break down the barriers of what was previously considered impossible. We can make that change now. Today, life is interrupted. It's here to stay. It's a calling for change. What's your passion, your deepest belief that you might be able to make a difference? Speak up about it then. And I would say commit to your decisions, but stay flexible in your strategy. Make that change, make it happen. Try and speak up, step out of your voice in here. Of course, I would also say, at the first sign of failure, don't let fear bully you. Because when you're speaking, that's what happens. Your impression and your thought holds you back, what the others will think of you and your ideas. Do you really think you can make a difference? But don't let fear bully you at the first sight of failure. Also, at the first sight of success, don't let your ego bully you. So let your purpose be bigger than the voice in your head. The voice, the cause, your dreams, really that you choose to speak up for, let it stay and grow with you, and use that to impact the one person ahead of you, the one person behind you. Because all great changes, especially those that bring about growth, those that bring about good impact, are preceded by chaos, as we can see now. So we've all kind of settled in now after a year of all of this massive change, and we're calming down. So I'll say as we close, as I often feel myself that change is really about influence. It is a time that we've seen whether we want to change or not, we have had to change. So change is about influence. It's nothing more and nothing less. And influence is really all about adding value to other people's lives. So go on and use your voice and your ideas to create your own circle of impact, your own circle of influence, because with great challenges come great opportunities. So what are we waiting for? The perfect time, the perfect opportunity? Nope, it really doesn't matter any longer, does it? Are you equipped? Am I equipped? Are you ready? Am I ready? Is luck on our sides? Are there open doors? It really doesn't matter. Start using your voice, just like I have done. Find your voice. Here I am, and life is no longer interrupted as I start to carry on. And I encourage you all to carry on as well. Cheers. Thank you. Back to you, Peter.
Thank you, Arishta. Thank you, Arishta. And hang on, let me just spotlight myself, and then we can see both of us at the same time. Life interrupted. Yep, that is such a stimulating speech, and indeed, our life are constantly interrupted by everything that's happening around us. After all, life is really about constant change, isn't it? Thank you very much for those words of wisdom, and I believe we have come to a close of this segment, and we have completed all the speakers from the Southeast Asia segment. And thank you, Arishta, for wrapping this up. And now we have some messages from all the speakers highlight that we'd like to play as a video while we can continue in this Zoom room for the reset. Once we have a reset, the broadcast will continue. All right. So, Javis?